needs no introduction, but for this young generation, so he is the present Vice Chancellor, and he did he received many awards also. So out of this, Swami Sajanand Saraswati Best Extension Scientist Award in 2013, then Excellence in Science Award 2018. He received the Lifetime Achievements Award also, and many other awards. Is in many societies is the fellow, including National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, International Society of Noni Science, then ISAR and Society of Agriculture Professionals, Uttar Pradesh Academy of Agriculture Science, and others. So with this, sir, with your permission, so I am handing over this. So and I will request that we can start with this Dr. A.B. Singh. So that is you. Now I am handing over the mic to you for chairing the session.
Okay. So welcome to all of you. Sectional President Dr. D.R. Biswas, my colleague rapporteur, and all the very distinguished members who are here to attend this part. I also see the youngsters in this session. So I welcome all of you. I will not take much time because he has to rush, Dr. Singh. And I will request him, and he will be speaking on nature-proof farming techniques for sustainable soil health and food security. So Dr. Singh, you can take your time as prescribed in this, for this presentation.
Respected Chairman Dr. D.R. Biswas, rapporteur, all my seniors, delegates, and dear students. Welcome to all. In my presentation, I would like to present the topic nature-proof farming, sustainable farming for sustainable soil health and food security. As we know, the natural farming are known so many names. We can say the nature way farming, or this is the nature proactive natural farming, all these things we cannot define. But here, what is the importance of this natural farming? Just in few lines in brief. This natural farming offers a solution to various problems, as the Government of India and state are promoting this natural and organic farming. What type of this, they are creating the, this solution, like food insecurity, farmers stress, health problem rising due to pesticide and fertilizer, global warming, climate change and natural climate. It also has the potential to generate employment, thereby stemming the migration of the rural youth. Hence, this natural farming has so many benefits, all these things. I will not to highlight details because I would take some important brief points regarding this, the benefits of this natural farming. This natural farming is a production, important of this the production is not toxic, free from the chemical and fertilizer use. Hence, reduces the subsidy burden of the day, minimize the risk of the crop failure. All things are the benefits of this natural farming of this. Before going in details, this Government of India and the State Department of the State Department of the country, they are promoting this natural farming in different programs, like this Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, and they have under this Bharati Prakritik Krishi Pradhat and natural farming, organic farming. So many schemes are highlighted in this. Here, government are already, these are the common thing, but this is the some of the state they are leading the natural farming on the Himachal, Gujarat. All they are huge state scope of natural farming. As we know, what is the importance of this natural farming in every country, every states are adopting this natural farming. What are the natural? There are four principles of the natural farming. One is the whatever the input used the natural farming, that is the natural input, and whatever the input used in the natural farming, that is low cost input farming. And there is certain pillars of the natural farming like mulching and multi-cropping, or the basic principles of this natural farming. Here, when we are talking the natural farming, organic farming, we must know the differentiate the organic natural farming. There are certain critical differences between the organic and natural farming for the student and others to understand what are the natural. In natural farming, there are certain things are the indigenous things are the required to maintain the nutrient requirement as well as the insect pest control in the natural. But when we are talking the organic farming, there are certain things are required to prepare that are required to apply in the organic farming. These are the differences in the organic and natural farming. You must know what is the organic and natural farming differences. Here, when we are talking any sets of the farming practices, either organic, natural, integrated, or conservation, so many farming systems. But here there are 4 practices are important in the natural farming. One is the Bijamrit, Jivamrit, Ghanjivamrit. You must know these are the nutrient source for the natural farming. Second thing is the intercropping. These are the different things. If any students want to detail or to take the copy of this PowerPoint, because I have published this detail how to prepare the different formulation in the different natural farming inputs. Here second is the mulching. In organic farming, whatever the organic residue generated in the farm, that you recycle and convert into in the form of the various compost. But in natural farming, whatever the organic residue is generated, that you must incorporate it as a mulch. There are different types of the mulch, soil mulch like that. You can see here. And third cropping, third is the intercropping. In organic farming, there is no recommendation of the intercropping, take the you can take, but there is no recommendation. But in natural farming, you must take the natural intercropping by any sole crop. And fourth is the WAPSA. This is one way of the irrigation system. In WAPSA, there is a root system, our developed the vapor and water, that our roots are capable to take the water from the soil. But in organic farming, there is no set of the principle to apply the sprinkler or flood irrigation like that. But in natural farming, there is recommendation to apply the water in alternate row or to minimum water to the crop plant. This is the natural, how to prepare the different inputs for the natural farming. So these are the different inputs, how to prepare. There are certain protocols. We have standardized in the 20 centers of the ICR and in 16 states. And these are the steps. Bijamrit. In Bijamrit, these are the protocol, how to prepare the this Bijamrit and to make to utilize this Bijamrit act as a biofertilizer in case of the natural farming. Similarly, you can make the Jivamrit. These are the protocol. By this way, you can make the Bijamrit. On how to utilize and when to utilize, how much utilize, these are recommended in this presentation. Similarly, this Ghanjivamrit, also what are the components required in the making the Ghanjivamrit, how much you require to apply the per hectare in the crop, and what is role of this. These are the nutrients, work as a nutrient source in this. Here some of the questions raised by in natural farming, Jivamrit, Ghanjivamrit, all these things. So what is the role of these? These are developed by the consortia of the microorganisms in the soil, and as this microbial population proliferated in the soil that help in the nutrient uptake, nutrient cycling in the soil, and also enhance the nutrient use efficiency in the soil. Here some of the questions raised by the student also. So what is the role of different cow dung and action of this thing in the soil? These are the role of in the soil when you apply or making the Bijamrit, Jivamrit and Ghanjivamrit in the soil. This is you can understand the point, what is the role of jaggery, basin, cow urine, and what it acts in the preparations. When some of the questions also, what is this Jivamrit, Bijamrit, Ghanjivamrit, what is the microbial population or microbial load in the different organic formulation? Then certain question arises, what is the nutrient content in different organic formulas, Jivamrit, Bijamrit, Ghanjivamrit, how much nitrogen NPK comes from these sources in during the natural farming. These are the difference. When we are talking the any farming system, nutrient management and insect pest and disease control is the important factor. And if you control these, you can get the maximum production by any farming system. So here are the two important, some of the formulations also make for the natural farming. Although in natural farming, organic, most of the organic formulations are the common, both are using. But here some of the formulation for the, these are the different organic formulation make and how to use and what are the control measure adopted by this application of this organic formulation. So here then what happened on soil health aspect? These are the different, one of the center studies, what have compared with the complete natural farming, then organic farming, then integrated farming, what happened in the different practices in the crop productivity as well as the soil health also. This is the detailed difference of this crop. Then soil aspect also studied in different parameter. Then soil biological, what happened the different enzymatic activity in the soil after adopting these natural practices. These are the enzyme activity, and these are the status of the natural farming status in our field. Some of the scientists and directors also visited our field experiment at IISS Bhopal, and these are this natural and compared with the different management practices with the natural farming. These are some common practices when we are adopting the natural that maintain the sustainability and soil health, and that help in the productivity. And also if farmers are adopting this natural farming or organic farming, they will get the 25% premium price more as compared to conventional farming. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Singh, for making a very comprehensive presentation. And you have presented certain findings on a newer subject, natural farming, on which we have been talking about. So thank you very much. Later on we can discuss. If some questions are there, people can ask.
Yes.
Now let me continue further. And there are 2 invited lead lectures. Yes, 7 more lectures are to come. We have a total of 80 minutes time left now. So we can confine 10 minutes to 12 minutes each one of us. So let me invite others. I will speak at the end then. Let me invite first Dr. T.J. Purkastha, Principal Scientist from IRI. He will speak on stubble burning, a problem for the environment, agriculture and humans, possible remedies.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Dr. A.K. Singh, Vice Chancellor, Rani Lakshmibai University, Central Agriculture University, and then Dr. Biswas, President of the Agriculture and Forestry Section, India 108 Indian Science Congress, and then Dr. Professor Sanyal, who is my teacher sitting here, and many distinguished delegates. So I will be speaking on a very burning topic.
Please keep silence. Please keep silence. Yes.
Stubble burning, a problem for the environment, agriculture and humans, and possible remedies. So India actually generates a lot of crop residues, and it has been estimated that about cereal generates about 350 million tons of residue, followed by fibers, then oilseeds, then pulses and sugarcane. And then the cereal crops particularly contribute about 70% of the residues, while rice crop alone contributes about 34% of the crop residues. Wheat ranks second with 22% of the crop residues, whereas fiber crops contribute 13% and sugarcane about 12 million tons it generates, leaves and tops comprising 2% of the crop residues in India. And out of these, the crop residues generated in India, 140 million tons burned in the field, primarily to clear the field from straw and stubble after harvest of the preceding crop. And the problem is severe, particularly in the irrigated part of the Indo-Gangetic plains, particularly in the mechanized rice wheat system, particularly in the northwestern part of India. And the reasons behind on-farm burning of crop residues mainly because of the increased mechanization, because of the 75% of the cropped area of the western IGP, about 80% of the residues left in the field. And because of the mechanization, the harvested part is cut from the above of the residues, standing crop, and most of the residues are left over, and declining number of livestock, long period of compost making, window between the harvesting of the rice and the next wheat, sowing wheat very narrow, and high labor and transport cost, on-farm burning perceived to boost the soil fertility, that was the perception, and unavailability of the economically viable options. So on-farm burning is therefore inevitable, and these are the scenes in the Punjab area where the your rice residues are burned in situ to clear the land for the next crop. And crop residues burning in India causes economic loss about $30 billion US annually. And it is a wastage of valuable resources, which is a rich source of carbon and also the nutrients. And also it causes lot of pollution in the environment because of the burning. And these are the agitation by the farmers of the Punjab defying a ban on crop residue burning by National Green Tribunal because they do not have the solutions. And these are the NASA images showing the fire events points throughout Punjab, Haryana, and western part of the Uttar Pradesh. And these are the actually crop residues burning contributed levels of particulate matter 2.5 concentrations, that is 15 to 45 times higher than the WHO safety guidelines in northern India. And this is the NASA image showing the fog and haze distribution over northern states of India. And this lower one showing the amount of contribution to annual meal population exposure, how much population is exposed to the particulate matter 2.5. This is the situation in the pre-monsoon situation, and this is the post-monsoon residue burning. And this is the blue one is that is the contributed in the Punjab, and the red one is the Haryana, and the yellow one contributes to your Uttar Pradesh. So this is the situation is very grave. And air pollution in North India, this is the situation everybody must be encountered, particularly who are living in Delhi. Out of the 20 most polluted cities in India, 14 are from India. So that's the precarious situations, and how to get rid of such type of situation. And impact is enormous. And why? Because it is causing lot of air pollution, and it is emitting, when you are burning these residues, about 2 kilograms of sulfur dioxide, 3 kilograms of particulate matter, 60 kilograms of carbon monoxide, and 1460 kilograms of carbon dioxide, and 199 kilograms of ash. So this much amount of very useful materials we are losing because of this open burning of the residues. And competing users of crop residues like livestock feed, low density fibrous material, low in nitrogens and soluble carbohydrates, minerals and vitamins. And to meet the nutritional requirements of the animals, the residues need to be reprocessed and enriched with urea, molasses, and supplementing with green fodders like leguminous, non-leguminous, and legumes like sunham, horse gram, cowpea, or gran and straw. So then it can be useful for feeding the your cattle population. And the compost making nowadays, this compost making actually takes a lot of time, about 75 to 90 days. Now many institutes they are claiming that it is about 60 days. But IRI also has developed the microbial consortia using efficient strains of different fungi like Trichoderma viridi, Aspergillus nitulans, and Phanerochit Chrysosporium, all these things. And rice residue from 1 hectare land can produce 3 tons of manure-rich nutrients. So this is one of the options. Energy source, rice straw can be an alternate energy source for to substitute the fossil fuels. Kalapatru Power Transmission Limited generating energy from crop residues in Ganganagar and Tong districts of Rajasthan. Biomass resources, storable, inexpensive, energy efficient, and environment friendly. Drawback, low density material because these residues, transportation cost is huge, and infrastructural settings it requires. So these are the limitations of using this low density material. And 2 farmers from Punjab, they tried these residues for production of biocoal. So this type of entrepreneurship also they are looking for using these residues to produce some useful biocoal as energy carrier. And disposable tableware made from this pulp, and a team of IIT Delhi, they developed a unit that could take the residue and convert the paddy straw into raw material for urban industries and make eco-friendly products like this paper pulp, paper, disposable tableware, fabric and bioethanol, etc. And biofuel and bio-oil production, rice straw converted to ethanol, about 382 to 471 liter per ton of residues that can be blended with gasoline as a fuel for octane enhancing agent used as neat fuel in internal combustion engines. Technology was developed for biological delignification of paddy straw, because lignin is a problem in decomposition. So delignification of paddy straw using different microbial consortium, removal of lignin for saccharification process. Technology in India is in evolving stage. Biooil production by fast pyrolysis, this is another important area where these residues can be converted into useful. Shell Technology Center, Bangalore, they are using IAS2 technology, a continuous catalytic thermochemical process that has estimated to provide very cost-effective route to produce your liquid hydrocarbons, which can be used in the aviation industry. This is the process they used in this process, like gasoline, then biodiesel, and biochar is used, produced as a byproduct. So all the, this is a win-win situation where the residues can be converted into useful energy, as well as biochar is produced as a byproduct which could be used as a soil enhancer. These are the product generated from this type of industry. And the biomethanation, another important area where the methane is produced and it can be used as a fuel for different purposes. And this is the design of a small biogas design. And then gasification is a process where crop residues can be used in the gasifiers for producer gas generation. In small states, it can be 1 megawatt capacity have been installed for generation of producer gas for running the engines for production of electricity. 1 ton of biomass can produce 300 kilowatt of electricity. So this is a situation for gasification process. Rice husk gasifier also it is developed for cooking purpose. And existing governmental efforts like National Policy for Management of Crop Residues are in place. The National Green Tribunal Act is there. The straw management system are in place to reduce the practice of burning. But still, the residues, on-farm residues burning of residues is there. It is not controlled, but it has reduced little bit. But still, it is there in a huge area of Punjab and Haryana. And diversifying rice with other crops also it is one solutions, but whether the farmers are ready to take up the rice crop in place of rice crop with some other crops like oilseeds crops or pulses, that is a another issue. Adopting rice varieties that are less burning intensive. Current regulations including bans and fines are mainly implemented at the national and state levels, but grassroots level it is not possible. So that is these are the problems while implementing the policies of the government. And Pusha decomposer in this aspect, another area where the team of scientists from microbiology and multidisciplinary approach, multidisciplinary team of scientists, they are working. And they have developed the Pusha decomposer, which can be used as a material for decomposing the residues in the on-farm by spraying this particular culture, and it can decompose the residues in the field itself by about 15 to 20 days now it is claimed. And after that the capsules are also developed nowadays. And another approach is conservation agriculture, another area where the residues has lot of use, particularly the mulching purpose. And then these are the conservation resource conservation technologies which are used along with the crop residue management. We do.
Your time is coming to end, please.
Sir, I will complete it. These are the use of residues in the conservation agriculture. Everybody knows. Happy seeder is a promising technology in conservation agriculture. And after that, many other machines like turbo happy seeder developed in 2006, where it can cut the residues and it chop it, and then it can be shred it, and it can be in situ. It can be applied there. Then tractor mounted paddy straw chopper cum spreader is already it is there. Machines developed. Weight mixing of chopped paddy straw, subsequent sowing of wheat crop. It can be done in one operation. So those things are there, but it cost intensive process. So naturally the cost of the equipment is high. So those are the challenges which we need to resolve while applying this type of innovative technologies in the farmers field. And these are the manufacturers of different machines developed in India. And the impact of crop residue on soil health and crop yield, it is already known, and so I'm not going to go details to tell all these things. So the constraints of using crop residues in conservation agriculture, it is also already there, I have already told you. And conclusion, I would like to say that many remedies are available, but government and entrepreneur farmer need to select which options they might be feasible for application in view of availability of crop residues and economics. And then the remedial measures should be a win-win situation, so that it is can be applicable at the farmers grassroots level, and it should be economically viable and socially acceptable, and which is environmentally green technology. Entrepreneur point of view, biodiesel and gasoline production could be viable options, and farmers point of view, CA with timely availability of equipment like happy seeder, chopper cum spreader, renovator, and a decision support system in terms of nutrient management and water management, weed management, pest management. So as a package, it should reach to the farmer's doorstep to resolve this type of issues, how to manage the residues. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this time.
Thank you. You have chosen a very important topic. All the North India is struggling, and this problem will be in the other parts also. So thank you very much for a wonderful presentation. Now I will request Dr. Tara Satyavati. She is heading All India Coordinated Research Project on Pearl Millet, and she will speak on potential of millets to achieve sustainable development goals.
Respected Dr. A.K. Singh, Chairman of the session, Dr. Deepak Ranjan Biswas, Chairman of the session of Agriculture for 108th Congress, dignitaries, my fellow colleagues, very good afternoon. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my thoughts on potential of millets to achieve sustainable development goals. If you look into the present day challenges, the present day world is faced with challenges like increasing population, global micronutrient deficiency, increasing global air temperatures, reducing water resources. Many of the things are there, and then undernourishment. All these factors are affecting the quality of life and efficiency of people, not only humans but animals, and overall in many facets. So apart from the existing situation, the latest addition to this problem is COVID-19 pandemic, which has enlightened the need to ensure good nutrition, which is very, very important, and that gives us an opportunity to look back into our diets and see where we are faltering. And all of you are aware and know that we have sustainable development goals put forth by the United Nations for combating these problems, which I have already mentioned. And we have 17 SDGs. Number 1, to see that there is no poverty. Number 2, zero hunger. Number 3, good health and well-being. Number 4, quality education. Number 5, gender equality. Number 6, clean water and sanitation. Number 7, affordable and clean energy. Number 8, decent work and economic growth. Number 9, industry, innovation and infrastructure. 10, reduced inequalities. 11, sustainable cities and communities. 12, responsible consumption and production. Number 13, climate action. 14, life below water. 15, life on land. 16, peace, justice and strong institutions. 17, partnership for the goals. So these goals are encompassing different facets, different disciplines, different fields, not only agriculture and many other things. Now, out of these 17 SDGs, how they are linked to agriculture, we'll just see. I'm just highlighting very important points, not going into deep. So if you look into the SDGs and agriculture, number 1, SDG 1, which is very, very important, no poverty, that it tries to see that end poverty in all its forms and everywhere. How agriculture is going to contribute? As most of the poor in the developing world are dependent on agriculture, ending poverty is linked to increasing returns from agriculture. So in India also we are seeing how various steps are being taken up to boost up agriculture and returns from agriculture. SDG 2, it is about ending hunger, achieve food security and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. It is very much directly related to sustainable agriculture, whether it is cereal or pulses or oil seeds or millets. SDG 3, ensure healthy lives and promote well-being for all at all ages. So this is very, very important because it can only be achieved through nutritious food produced through agriculture and allied sectors. And if you look into SDG 5, it talks about achieving gender equality and empower all women and girls. And women play an important but largely unrecognized role in agriculture. Their empowerment, decision making, and time for care work are pathways in leveraging agriculture for nutrition. And when we talk of SDG 6, it speaks about clean water and sanitation. That means it needs to ensure availability and sustainable management of water and sanitation. That means one way we can reduce the use of water and also improve water harvesting and also efficiency. Number 7 SDG, it speaks about ensuring access to affordable, reliable, sustainable and modern energy. So again here agriculture is related in the way reduction in agriculture's dependence on fossil fuels and consequent pollution. Just now we heard even Dr. Purakayastha's talk about stubble burning. SDG 8 promotes sustained, inclusive and sustainable economic growth, full and productive employment and decent work for all. Here it talks about agriculture, it engages a large segment of the working population and consequently has a bearing on the realization of decent work and economic growth. And number 10 SDG speaks about reducing inequality within and among the countries. And we see that disparity in asset ownership, wages, agricultural activities across the India and across the globe, there exists a big difference. SDG 12, it tries to ensure sustainable consumption and production patterns. When I started my talk, I have shown that the major problems, increasing population. If we look by 2050, the population of the world is going to be 11 billions. How do we feed these 11 billions? So we need to look into the way how stable, sustainable production and consumption patterns have to be developed. Number 13, take urgent action to combat climate change and its impact. Raising air temperatures, reduction in water sources and other natural resources. And keeping into all these things, we have to strengthen resilience and adaptive capacity in agriculture and also address the impacts of climate change, lower the greenhouse gas emissions without affecting food production.
Let us focus a little bit on millets.
I'm coming to that only, sir. I'm coming to that. So, with these things related to agriculture, I'm coming to millets. So, if you look into the recent paper on Lancet, it states that we have to focus on utilization of underutilized species like quinoa, millets, sorghum and teff-grain. And it also clearly captured that among 14,000 edible plants, only 3 crops, namely rice, maize and wheat, are contributing to 60% of the calorie intake. So if you talk about millets, they are one of the earliest grains that are being cultivated and consumed by people in India. And we have different millets, major millets and minor millets. Major millets include pearl millet, sorghum and finger millet, while the minor millets include foxtail millet, proso millet, kodo millet, barnyard millet and little millet. And pearl millet and sorghum are the important food grain crops in India after rice, wheat and maize. And other minor millets are cultivated in varying scales in various parts of the country and tribal and marginal farmers. And recently, Government of India in 2018 has looked into the nutritional values of these millets and have then named millets as nutri-cereals through a Gazette notification issued on 13th April 2018. So if you look into how millets are affecting and how millets are going to play a role in these SDGs. If you look into no poverty, SDG 1, these are cultivated and consumed by people not only in India and in the world. And these are grown as rain-fed crops with low or less inputs and fertilizers. So millets, unlike other major crops, have received less attention, and we do not have any high input cultivation practices developed like that of in rice or wheat. So very poor farmers or marginal farmers are also able to grow these millets and continue their livelihood. And we have this now a very glaring situation. We have to produce more with less resources, and that is the need of the hour. And in such cases, millets, since they require very less inputs, can grow on extreme temperatures or very poor soils. These can be taken up, and these will definitely give you more more output with less resources. Coming to SDG 2, how millets contribute to it. Millets provide nutritious food, feed and fodder. They are less water consuming. They grow fast and put less stress on the environment. Very little insects or pests and other problems in millets. They can grow even in poor and marginal soils, and they provide complete food and nutritional securities. And Government of India already have mentioned that it has notified millets as nutri-cereals. And if you look into the nutritional composition of millets compared to other major cereals, you can see the protein content is very good, carbohydrates, fats, crude fibers. Then minerals are also very good. See the major minerals, calcium, phosphorus. In other cases, in millets like pearl millet, you have very high amounts of iron. Finger millet, you have very high amounts of calcium. And others are also there having very good mineral profile, amino acid profile, lipid profile, and they're really very, very nutritious. If you look into SDG 3, that is ensuring healthy lives and promote well-being, how these millets are going to contribute. These are going to contribute that they are beneficial in detoxifying the body. They lower the bad cholesterol level. They prevent onset of breast cancer, help to prevent type 2 diabetes because of the low glycemic index. They are effective in reducing blood pressure because they have more fiber. They help to protect against heart diseases, especially if you look into the profile of pearl millet. It has very good amount of PUFA, polyunsaturated fatty acids. They aid in treating respiratory conditions. They help to optimize kidney, liver and immune systems. And there are many advantages when you consume millets. If you look, this is just one representation. Here they are trying to show about the good qualities of millets and sorghum, how they are good for you. It says that pearl millet has high zinc, highest folic acid. It has very good properties. It is high in iron. It has a low glycemic index. Finger millet has a high calcium. Then kodo millet is high in dietary fiber. Then fewer crop species are feeding the world. Thus, in 50 years, these are going to come in a big way. So these are some of the good properties which are being proposed and exhibited to the public to increase the awareness. Just now I have mentioned that pearl millet has high iron content. We have many hybrids with a high iron and zinc. These are some of them. Then if you look into the SDG 5, how millets contribute to achieve gender equality and empower all women and girls. If you look, issues of millets and other neglected and underutilized species often are viewed as women's crop and central to household food and nutrition security, and they are attributed a low social status. This is what is the reality. We have to accept what it is, but only thing is we need to focus how to change them. Issues of social equity, in particular gender equality in relation to the production and consumption of millets and other underutilized species has to be given a boost. And that is already is in progress. And we have clear-cut examples of what is happening in Odisha after implementation of millet mission. Then in Karnataka, there is a very big boom. And in other states also, in Jharkhand and other places also, people are taking up initiatives to use millets and achieve the SDGs. So this is one more picture to show that. And how millets are contributing to SDG 6. Just now I mentioned that millets require very less water to complete their life cycle. They don't need much rainfall. They can come on inferior soils and very poor soils. So unlike rice or wheat, where you need to have assured irrigation, number of irrigations, taking up of millets can save the water. And when you talk of responsible consumption and production, how millets can support? They can support through food security, they can support through nutritional security, they provide you safety from diseases, gluten-free, so there is no problem of celiac, low glycemic index, so it is good for diabetics. Economic security, it is a climate resilient crop. It provides sustainable income source for the farmers, low investment needed for production, and there is a lot of scope for value addition. And if you talk of SDG 13, climate action, if you see the major cereal crops which provide food security, they grow in temperature range of 30 to 32 degrees. Maize can come up to an extent of 40 degrees. But these millets, like pearl millet, it can come and flower even at a high temperature of 42 degrees. So for those areas where high temperatures are there, and also because of the alarming situations of global warming, so millets provide an opportunity to have continuous flow of food and fodder. If you talk of SDG 15, that is life on land, how these provide is they protect, restore and promote sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems, sustainably manage forests and other things. And all these things can be done with limited resources when we bring in millets. And this is one more picture to show that how the millets can provide you. They provide you food and fodder. They feed also, they provide you biofuel. They help in brewing industries. They have a number of multiple uses. You have large scope for taking up value addition and develop products, and also establish startups and MSMEs. And then you have the potential to increase the yield and increase the productivity. So overall, millets can help the planet, the farmers, and also the human health. And just 1 minute, sir, to talk about International Year of Millets. Already, many of you are aware that India has pitched in for International Year of Millets at United Nations General Assembly, and it was backed up by 70 countries, and United Nations, they have agreed to take International Year of Millets in 2023, and all of, even Prime Minister of India is giving a big fillip to promote millets and advertise and popularize these not only in the country and across the globe. And in our country, we have 7 themes which are taken up and looked after by different ministries. Enhancement of production and productivity, it is taken up by DARE and Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Nutritional and health benefits, it is taken up by Health Ministry, FSSI. Value addition, processing and recipe development, it is taken up by MOFPI and tourism. Entrepreneurship, startup, collective development by Minister of Commerce. Awareness creation, branding, labeling and promotion, it is done by all ministries. And international outreach, it is being done by Commerce and MEA. And policy interventions for mainstreaming again by Department of Food and PD and DADF. Thank you, sir, thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you. Now, I invite Dr. C. Bhardwaj from IRI, and he will speak on leveraging greater genetic gains and base broadening through pre-breeding and germplasm enhancement in chickpea. Dr. Bhardwaj, please. C has taken almost double the time, so you have to reduce half.
Chairman, sir, and my beloved ex-director.
May silence, please.
Vice Chancellor,
Silence, please.
the section leader, Dr. Deepak, my colleague, Dr. Debashish, Mr. Rapporteur, seniors and friends, from the science of the new applications to the nutri-cereals, we now move on to a data-driven science where we do understand that if you look from a way that the water moves from the tank to that comes out from a tap, which is the end utilizer, you have a whole lot of processes that basically occur. If you are looking, whether it is collection of the resources, whether you identify the new genes or you transfer them into useful backgrounds. Basically, the pre-breeder works and creates the initial material that is available to the person. Well, from the erstwhile where you make selections based on the phenotypes, that you now actually are targeting the specific genes because of the repertoire of markers that have been developed in these crops, and so that you are able to better predict the phenotype and use these gene introgressions without leveraging and having what we call as gene drags, that the pre-breeding has become an important aspect. You look to a number of the possibilities that we have. The best example is the tomatoes that you have. The whole of the genes from the wild Lycopersicum pimpinellifolium have been actually introgressed into the cultivated lines, where you could increase the size basically from the small seeded pimpinellifoliums. Well, initially we had the idea of making cores, the mini cores which represented about 10% of the cores, or the 1% of the micro cores, where we were actually concentrating on the total diversity that is represented. But when as a breeder you ask me, these are not useful. I am not looking at diversity, I am certainly looking at usable diversity. That's where Cornell has come down with focused intensive germplasm screening techniques, where you have basically you need the collection of the lines, but what you go down is evaluating them in a specific trait, specific hotspots, either artificially or through natural hotspot locations, make trait specific cores which you make them as a focused intensive germplasm cores, and these are being now better utilized. From core phenotyping or genotyping, we are now moving on to figs. That's where you can better leverage these resources. We at the Chickpea group, what all the slides that I am presenting here is basically the work done by my lab and my collaborators. There are much more work done erstwhile and even maybe done afterwards. But basically this is the work that emanated from IRI. So what we are looking at when we joined down was the narrow genetic diversity that was available in the chickpea germplasm. And then we started this program while Sir was at the helm of affairs at DDG as this thing. So we had this program with ICARDA where we started evaluating the global composite core, and we included all the lines that were available at ICARDA, those at the ICRISAT, and so on and so forth. And we could clearly see that the lines of the Mediterranean region totally diverged from that of the South Asian and Southeast Asian lines, and this where we thought that we need to actually look at pre-breeding. Of course, wild species are one of the main things because of the crossability barriers that we have when we use the secondary and the tertiary pools. We started looking at germplasm landrace collections, and with Dowlas Cook and the team of UC Davis, we did a large amount of collections, particularly in the West Asia and North Africa region. We could collect about 162 land races which belong to about 52 countries. And then we started resequencing these with the ICRISAT's minicore. And what we interestingly found was that when you are looking at the land races and wild species, we have a large amount of genes that are unutilized. But in case of when you are looking at the cultivated lines vis-a-vis the land races, we had a large chunk and we thought almost they were same. But when we started looking at gene ontology, we came to see that the neutral genes or the non-selective genes almost remained constant across wild species to that of the land races to that of the modern cultivars. But the basic difference that has come is the selective genes of domestication have greatly played. We had a negative gene selection in the modern cultivars. We are looking at bold seed size, where the nature was looking at smaller seed size. We were looking at non-shattering, but while the nature looked upon it shattering. So the domestication and the process of continuous cultivation of chickpea in particular, and pulses in general to the marginal and the submarginal lands has thrown away the yield contributing genes. So we need to actually divulge how we will be leveraging these genes. We moved ahead. We had another publication recently in Nature where we have sequenced the whole of the 3,366 germplasm lines, where we had indicated a pan-genome map of the chickpea. And then earlier chickpea was thought to be monophyletic in origin, that it originated in the Syrian center of origin and then moved both towards the Afghanistan center, towards the India and to the Vana and to the African center. It was not exactly so. The gene groupings have clearly indicated that somewhere in the Afghanistan center of origin, it has a diphyletic between the beige colored, that is the Kabuli types and the Desi types. And then we found out a superior haplotypes still exist. That throws out for us a large amount of what you call as positive thinking, that we can exploit these haplotypes if we combine with modern genomic tools. And then we have, of course, though it's not a part of this talk, we now moved into the genomic selection. While we were looking some of the basic stresses that we can leverage from the land races and wild species was drought, wilt, heat, salinity. So initially we started looking at them. We could associate some of the genes that were commonly being overexpressed in some of the genotypes, and we started looking, can we identify some novel alleles which were hitherto not reported in chickpea. They have been reported in rice, they have been reported in what Dr. Tara has said in case of pearl millet, and we reported for the first time this abscisic acid synthase ripening pathway gene, which was basically clustering around the LIA proteins. We did the structural and functional annotations and then started looking at another group of genes, that is the dehydrin genes. Now when we started, why we were looking at this particular group of the dehydrin genes basically was, this was almost common, what we call as the expressed contigs were common not only against the chickpea lines but also against its model crop, that is Medicago truncatula. So we started looking at the QTL region, which was actually done by the Icrusat group, Varshney's group, which had these genes, and we thought that can we introgress. Basically when you are looking at this QTL region, which was basically developed for root type, which was identified in ICC 4958, which you can see on your right side had a long root. And we also had a drought tolerant line, PUSA 362. I don't call it susceptible, but when you look at the North Indian conditions, the drought suddenly, or the heat and drought suddenly start after February ending or March, whereas in the South Indian condition, the plant has time to respond to this particular drought, because after Sankranti or January 14, the solar solstice, so it slowly starts increasing. So we tried to combine, and you can look in our BC2F1, where we had the root traits as well as the branching and the better, what we call as above ground traits that we could include. And we actually introgressed this QTL, and we have developed PUSA 10216, which is dubbed as one of the super chickpea genomic variety. One more thing that was actually troubling the farmers across the cultivating zones of chickpea was this wilt. Certainly you had excellent lines that have been identified for each of the race, but somehow the pyramiding of this race was not done. So we were looking at this Teresa Milan, my colleague from Coloba, Italy, who has actually identified, and we started combining this hotspot into a QTL, and we have released what is called as PUSA chickpea Manav, or the super chickpea variety. What you look at is, it already is giving almost 4 tons per hectare of yield, and there are farmers who are taking 5 to 6 tons per hectare in the central India, already giving run as a replacement to some of the wheat crop that is being grown in the Malvan plateau. So we have a large number of lines as you start looking down, where we had developed both for wilt as well as drought. And not only in India, but this group we could, as a thing, release lines also in Kenya through collaborative works. So with this, we have heralded ICAR and particularly IRI into global genomic assisted breeding, particularly in legumes that we can proudly say that we are first in the world, that we have brought about the genomic assisted breeding to the doorsteps of the farmers. Salinity is one more stress, where we started again looking at the land races particularly and the genomic population. We could validate in the hydroponics and then gone about with the field studies at CSSRI Karnal and started looking at the transcriptomic analysis, where we could identify the QTLs and also the long non-coding RNAs, and we could actually identify the heat shock proteins as well as hydrogen ion transporter genes, which were playing a major role. You need to shortlist a gene, and we thought that this particular gene we will actually go for full length expression analysis, so we could get the transformations we have in the T2. Next year we should be going down with the T3. Similarly, one more big problem when we were looking at northeast and eastern side, where you want to introduce pulses, was the botrytis gray mold. There is no source of resistance in the cultivated lines as well as in the land races. So we started looking along with our partners again in the CARDA program, PAU Ludhiana, IRI, GBPUAT Pantnagar and IIPR Kanpur. Dr. Chaturvedi was leading this program when he was at IIPR Kanpur. We developed a huge amount of lines. We have evaluated, we have tagged the genes and identified the consensus QTL, and this is the first any chickpea variety. We have Pusa 1103, which was from primary gene pool developed at IRI, which had reticulatum, but this is one which is having pinnatifidum in its blood and has been released for cultivation for the northwest as well as northeast plain zones. Another big thing was for heat, and as we start looking down, we are at the initial stages where we have identified heat tolerant QTLs, and now we are looking at screening of the panels and the heat tunnels at IRI. So in a nutshell, we identified a huge amount of pre-breeding material, not only for single biotic or abiotic stresses, multiple stresses. We developed into product lines for stabilizing building. But someone of you may ask, like Bourbon, what you are doing with respect to increasing the income of the farmers, and that's where we started looking at mobilizing the seed size QTLs. Seed size is physically visible, all of you can say that, but it's not exactly so. I want to combine it with speed breeding or off-season breeding and screen at what you call a seedling stage, so that I can cull out all those which are probably not bold seeded and then carry down only my bold seeded crosses. So we could actually do that. Now when we are speaking of extra large seed in the ACRIP, half minute, sir. When we are looking at extra large seed in ACRIP, we are looking at here the small seed, which I am saying about 50 grams. We have about 69 grams, and as we conclude, what are the limitations that we have when you are trying to greater leverage, maybe general for most of the crops, that we have a limited collection of wild relatives, especially in pulses and specifically in chickpea. Now, precise phenotyping to be used is required, either using molecular tools or for the pre-breeders, and that is lacking. Now a pre-breeder, the work of a pre-breeder is almost a perception of inferiority, because he almost spends 20 years just developing lines and to stabilize and give to them breeder. Perhaps that needs to be changed when greater source of funding as well as committed group requirement is there. Well, we need to focus on the wild relatives. I am very much thankful to whole my team and the funders. And thank you. Open to discussion, sir. I have taken 12 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bharadwaj, for excellent presentation. I have seen some of your research trials, and they have been always very fantastic. And also the problem-based research is what you have been doing in the past. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
And now I will request Dr. Ram Charan Bhattacharya, and he will speak on improving plant immunity to insect pests and pathogens in Indian mustard.
Henceforth, there will be another parallel session also. So that will be in that classroom, ground floor. So in this session, it was mentioned earlier, Dr. A.B. Singh will continue as the chairman.
Less now.
Okay, sir.
So please take 7-8 minutes, please.
So very good afternoon, the distinguished scientist on the dais and my distinguished audience. In this lecture, I'm going to talk about that how do we attempt to improve the plant immunity in agriculture. For developing resistance, most of the time we depend on a donor source from where we access the resistance genes and bring the resistance into the cultivated types or cultivars. However, there are certain cases where you don't have proper source of resistance, and then the question comes that is there a possibility that one can create de novo resistance or one can engineer resistance? If that is the case, then one has to understand the process, the interaction that is involved between the stress and the victims. So here, some of the experiments on how we looked into some of the major stresses in Indian mustard that I'm going to talk in this lecture. I need not to emphasize on the importance of mustard. As you all know, it's a major oil-ending crop, and worldwide India occupies 4th position in terms of acreage as well as productivity or production. However, the productivity is very less compared to the world productivity, and you can see here the amount of import is continuously increasing just to fulfill the increase in the domestic demand, where the productivity enhancement is not commensurate, so thus we are dependent on import and to heavy extent. The major reasons which limits the productivity of Indian mustard, there are many in fact, like you don't have the region-specific suitable varieties, you have large number of acreage under marginal lands, which doesn't give the higher productivity. However, the damage due to several biotic and abiotic stresses are also very important. And if you look into the major biotic stresses, the first two places are occupied by one of the insect species, mustard aphid, and one of the pathogen, Alternaria blight. These two problems are prevalent all over the mustard growing regions, and the kind of damage can go even more than 70% if the environment is conducive to the insect or conducive to the pathogen. In addition, there are a few more problems. I'm not going to cover that. If you look into the status of handling these stresses, the major difficulty that is encountered is the source of resistance is obscure. You don't have a source of resistance which can be taken up by the breeder to transfer into the cultivated varieties. However, recently some crop-wide relatives have been shown to have source of resistance, but the transfer of any trait from crop-wide relative to the cultivated species is never easy because of wide incompatibility in crosses and the complication in getting pollen viability. And the other options that people have attempted is attempting to engineer the host pathogen interaction or host insect interaction to develop resistance based on new biology. So first, coming into the problem of aphid resistance, interestingly, mustard being a rich reservoir of phytochemicals, it is still very susceptible to aphids. You do not have any cultivated germplasm which is resistant to aphids. So if you look into the molecular interaction between the aphid and mustard, very interestingly, you will see that although the mustard has a very strong defense mechanism against most of the insect pests, against aphid, those mechanisms are suppressed. So the insect has evolved in such a way that they can suppress the host defense mechanism in order to make the host completely susceptible or colonize the host. You can see here in terms of gene expression, those genes which are involved in plant defense, they are how suppressed, whereas they can be well activated by many other defense related cues. So in case of aphid, they are heavily suppressed, and the defense signaling genes, suppression of defense signaling genes results into suppression of many defense related genes like myrosinase system, protease inhibitor system, elicitor 3 system. So these experiments prove that the insect has evolved, or insects has a mechanism to suppress the host defense mechanism in order to make the plant completely susceptible. And this is further confirmed by an experiment where it is shown that a prior infested plant with this insect cannot produce the commensurate wound response. Wound response is generally the similar which happens in case of defense response. So if you see here, if the plant is prior colonized by the insect, even the wound response is suppressed. So that clearly proves that there is some active mechanism involved. So some molecules are really injected into the plant which cause this kind of suppression. Now the question is that what engineering can be done if we want to overcome this problem. However, further gene expression study shows that there is a catalase enzyme which is involved in this suppression. So whenever the plant is infested by the insect, this catalase enzyme is early activated, and then this catalase enzyme is actually responsible for suppressing the defense signaling process or plant defense process. This catalase is involved in degrading the H2O2, which is the defense signaling molecule, or which is the secondary messenger of defense signaling. So if there is a early activation of catalase enzyme, it doesn't allow the efficient defense signaling process, and thus you don't get a defense response. This is also proven in the plant, where you can see that if you apply a inhibitor of catalase, then you get less the feeding by the insect is very much attenuated, which further confirms the observation that allowing the buildup of H2O2 level is crucial for getting a defense response. Now, as a possible outcome in this plant, we have identified a defense elicitor which is involved in activation of this defense signaling process. To cut the long story short, this molecule is actually a very small molecule. It's only a 95 amino acid peptide, which is further processed into a 21 amino acid small peptides. However, the potency of this peptide is enormous. If you apply this peptide even at the micromolar level into the plant, you see the activation of the whole defense response. You see here, when you apply this small peptide at micromolar level, you see many of the defense genes are highly activated, and it is shown that it is again involved the same pathway, that is H2O2 mediated signaling of the defense response. We further studied to look into that how this molecule works, and the microarray study shows that it mainly involves the activation of several MAP kinases and several transcription factors that ultimately led to the quantitative defense against insects. So this is one aspect. On the other aspect, we also conducted the bioassay to see that how much this peptide is potential, and you can see here that with the use of this peptide, one can reduce the aphid infestation to almost to 33%. Now another approach that has been adopted widely across the world is to make use of gene silencing for developing insect resistance. Here the idea is that you deliver a small RNA against the target genes of the insect. So when the insect feed on the plant, those small RNA are ingested by the insect, and those small RNA downregulate or silence many important insect genes, and that could be fatal to the insect. So in this approach, we have expressed different target small RNAs and delivered them into insect bodies and analyzed the efficacy, and soon we realized that the potency will entirely depend on which is the candidate gene that one is targeting. So there we conducted some genomic studies to identify the metabolically important genes in insect, and then finally we have identified at least 2 target genes which are found to be very efficacious. And then we have developed some plants expressing the double-stranded RNA version of the target genes, and they show various level of efficacy. And you can see here that the population could be reduced to almost 1/3 when these plants are bioassayed with the help of the insect. The another possible way to engineer or to bring resistance in such situations where you don't have resistance available is to access it from the crop wild relative. So we maintained several wild relatives of Brassica species, and then we conducted some screening also to look into the resistance against these two major problems, that is mustard aphid and alternaria leaf blight. And these three species shows very high level of resistance against mustard aphid. However, we did not succeed yet to make crosses between the cultivated Brassica gentiana and these wild species, whereas in other cases, for handling or for developing resistance against alternaria leaf blight, one of the wild species, Diplotaxis erucoides, it shows very high level of resistance, and then we attempted to access this resistance from these wild species, bring it into the cultivated Brassica gentiana, and before doing that, these are the kind of response that you get in the wild species. You can see here it is completely immune to the pathogen compared to the normal Brassica gentiana, and the LCMS data indicates that it is primarily the indole glucosinolates that make the difference. The indole glucosinolates, they are inducible expression, they accumulate higher in response to the pathogen, which make this wild species resistant. So we made crosses between these wild species and gentiana. Initially the crosses was not successful, so we used Brassica rapa as a bridge species, and finally this Eru rapa hybrid was further crossed to gentiana. And these plants, this is a work of say last 7 to 8 years. These plants were further advanced, and until and unless you get pollen viability, you get viable plants. And now we have developed the introgression lines. You can see here the electron microscopy completely shows how the plants are resistant. There is no very less pathogenesis on these introgression lines compared to the normal susceptible lines. Now these are good material to take them forward through genomic studies to identify the genes and pathways that are actually responsible for this resistance. And here we have attempted the GBS study, and based on this study we have identified a major QTL. We are further looking into the candidate genes within this QTL. The study is still on, and probably will be able to identify some of the major genes that contribute towards this resistance. So thank you very much. With this I conclude. My thanks to the organizers for giving me chance to share my work, and my thanks to the students and JRF, SRFs, because of whose hard work only this progress has been made. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for excellent presentation, Dr. Bhattacharya. Now I request Dr. Debashish Chakravarti, and he will be speaking on satellite monitoring of soil moisture.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Respected delegates and everybody present on dash and off dash. This is a program which I will share with you. This is my National Fellow programs. It just started in 2017, and we got an extension this year for another 5 years. I will start with the general topic of the soil moisture monitoring using the satellite remote sensing, and then we'll show you the case studies which we have done under my National Fellow project. So this soil moisture is definitely, it's a very important variable, not only for the global studies, but also it is an aid for agriculture decision making. There are several approaches which is coming. Mostly the problem is that it only captures the near surface soil moisture, and basically you have these two most important aspects of microwave and optical thermal remote sensing. But these two problems are, I need to address that one in this gathering. One is that ensembling approaches must come, because all these approaches having certain other limitations. And then the problem in the agricultural application is that it needs to have a plot scale. It needs to have a plot scale estimation, because in agriculture it is often important that whenever you are doing certain, it has to be a plot scale, whether it's irrigation or some kind of decision making, like say sowing or anything. So these are some of the critical agriculture decision which is very much dependent on the soil moisture. Now these are the basic approaches where you have microwave remote sensing. Then there are several models which are used here, and we have used this WEM, and finally we have used the water cloud model. thermal remote sensing, mostly these thermal inertia and temperature index models, but this NDVI approach is also important. This is a normalized different temperature index. This is a NDVI and thermal, there is a relation. So this we have been using when we have a optical and thermal synergies. Now, there are the certain approaches which is existing as on today. There are certain advantages, certain limitations. In optical and as well as in thermal, there is a good spatial resolution, but it is having a serious limitations because it is interacting with the vegetation, it is interacting with your weather conditions. So in this cloudy weather today, it is not no use. But when you go for the microwave remote sensing, these problems are not there, although there is some issues with the surface roughness, but you have basically the problem with the spatial resolution. It's not good. The optical thermal synergies getting spatial resolution is good, but it is also limited to the cloud-free conditions. So you need to have a synergies where you can having certain deficiencies of that. Suppose in microwave you have a lot of problem with the validation. It is a very date specific, location specific. So that problem has to be dealt with. And also you have a scaling approach because all the satellite soil moisture data which is available, those are at a coarser resolution. You need to bring it to a finer resolution. These are some of the satellite sensors which are now existing, and some of them are having free, that is you can freely download, and those are used. And whole of my National Fellow project, I have used all these public domain available software as well as the analysis platforms which are also available with open source. So mostly we have used the Sentinel-1 and also the Landsat. Now this is an interesting one because we have a certain limitations of the hardware as well as the technology driven limitations where spatial resolution and temporal resolution, these two are very important aspects for any kind of decision making, and these two are having, there is some sort of compromise. So you find all those, these are very much available, all those satellite data, but these are mostly applicable to the climate studies and some sort of hydrological studies, but it is not applicable agriculture because it is having very coarse spatial resolution of a kilometer and maybe sub-kilometer. We need to have a good temporal resolution also for the agriculture decisions. So both the spatial and temporal scales are important, and only this Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2A, these two are satellites which are available, freely available, that can be used. But still it is having a 100-meter resolution coming back to 20-meter resolution, and we have done something on the downscaling to make it as a 10-meter resolution. Now this downscaling approach is one of the very important approach in order to make the satellite data available. So this is having a kind of bridging the gap between the space-borne soil moisture estimates and the field scale requirements which is done at this plot scale. So we have done the downscale. So there we need to have a certain covariates because you see this is just a little bit of science involved in that one. So the coarser resolution satellites, it could be more than that one, but you need to have certain covariates to downscale it. That means you have to segregate this one into a plot level scale. These covariates must be linked to the soil moisture or some sort of variables which is linked to the soil moisture very intimately, because soil moisture is very dynamic, and if you want to make into a certain kind of fine resolution, many factors are really influencing that one. You are not getting a good estimate. So this is some of the studies I am showing you. This is one study which is made at high resolution soil moisture monitoring. So where we have done this approach, it is a random forest based approach where we have used all the covariates from the Sentinel-2 data and also the Landsat, and then trying to generate some sort of estimates where we will have using the random forest to make this from 30 meter to a 10-meter resolution in order to use that one. The second approach we have used is a digital soil moisture mapping, where we have used some of the covariates from the satellite data and also the in situ soil moisture monitoring, and then we have generated, first we have calibrated the model and then we have generated, and it got a good approximation of this one. So this takes account of heavily on the machine learning algorithms, and you need to have a clear understanding of how these covariates are behaving and how you can simply fine tune it with your actual soil moisture measurements. The third one we have approached, we have segregated. One is the optical thermal approach, which is, I say, it's a good spatial resolution, and there also, but the problem is with that, it doesn't have needed local calibration, so you can use this model to anywhere else, but the clear sky condition is a must. So in Kharif season, there is a big question mark that whether to use that one. We have extended this one from IRI to other areas, like say this is a Kajri area, this is Kajri farm in Jodhpur, which is a arid zone and it's a humid zone in UVKB. We got a good result, but only point is that the weather limitations is always there. We have used the sentinel data with the microwave, and microwave also we got this correlation coefficient's RMSE value, which is, to the best of my understanding, is that it is a good, because soil moisture, as I said, it's very much dynamic and it's so much variable that even you are taking a in situ soil moisture data, the time management is very important, otherwise you are not getting a good validation data sets. The important problem is that the WCM model is having these coefficients, and these coefficients are all location specific. So you need to have always a kind of calibration, and also date specific. So every day it varies. We have seen that one for 2 years continuously, and that's the very big problem with using this WCM model for sentinel-1 microwave data. So we have got some kind of ensemble of all using optical, thermal, and microwave remote sensing data, and this is what for the Rabi season we have done this one, and this is our data sets which have been validated, and we have got some approximation of see how the soil moisture vary. The point is that if you ask me that using the soil satellite soil moisture, whether you can predict the soil moisture to the extent of plus minus say 1%, 2%, I said no. If somebody claims that is completely out of the box, it is not possible. We need to have some kind of understanding whether you can at least identify some part which is having a better higher soil moisture, or some part which is having a lower soil moisture, that will give you an advantage of say irrigation scheduling. So we have done this at IRI farm. And you see there are two intensity zone where you have a low intensity zone where you have some sort of pulses and other things which were there, and then this is a wheat which is a highly intensive irrigation intensive crops. And we could identify these parts, and that is a very good prediction we have generated. The same thing we have tried with the Kajri, and you see here in case of this is a soil moisture proxy, not actual soil moisture. It's having 0 to 1. And you see here that in the IRI, because it is mostly wheat dominated farm, so you are getting a good soil moisture for all the dates. For Kajri, it is shifting towards a lesser soil moisture because it is having a complexity of the cropping system, or also it is not irrigated, only a fraction of this land is irrigated. In UVKB, it is mostly in the rice. Mostly, sir, I'm just completing. It's mostly the rice, so you see the soil moisture proxy is going, it's a bit skewed that part because of this rice cultivation. This is the attempt by which I got an extension for another 5 years by ICAR, that this is, we are now have to make it to the root zone, because for the surface soil moisture we got a good, you can say, success. For the root zone soil moisture estimation, we have generated a lot of subsurface soil moisture data. It is more than 4,000 data points we have generated. So that we are using it. We have started with some sort of exponential filter and linear regression, and these are the support vector machines of the machine learning algorithms used. So far as we are not very much successful, we need to make a bit of effort in order to get a reliable estimates of the root zone soil moisture from this satellite-based surface soil moisture estimation. My sincere thanks to all my RA SRFs, my students, and as well as the Director, Joint Directors of IRI and ICAR. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Devashish Chakravarti, for a nice presentation, and also working on a, you can say, higher end of the science, use of satellite for moisture imagination. So let us hope that something concrete comes and we start using all these databases which you bring out of this research program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Dr. R.R. Burman, and he is going to make presentation on multimedia-based extension models for technology dissemination and agro-advisories.
Respected Chairman of the session, Sectional President, Rapporteur, and esteemed delegates, I am here to present the multimedia-based extension model, which is innovative multimedia-based extension model for information dissemination through social media. And at the outset, since there is a lack of time, I'd like to skip this, the concept of digital divide, but I'll just try to mention one thing. As we know that digital divide is a gap between the possession of and accession of ICT tools among the haves and have-nots, but it has other dimensions like means of connectivity, intensity of connectivity, purpose of connectivity. And also we know that there are a lot of ICT efforts and ICT applications were in practice for quite some time, but not a model which is applicable to across the India. There are strength, weakness, and opportunities and threats of ICT. So I'd not like to highlight that, but social media has a lot of use as well as opportunities, and we have a good number of internet subscribers, and among that the rural internet subscribers also quite a few, almost half of the internet subscribers are in rural India, as well as the mobile technology is pervasive and it has got a lot of penetration. And we are day by day there are growing numbers of social media users in India, and when we see the kind of YouTube users in 2025, it has a great opportunity and it is growing at exponential rate. And as well as India is one of the leading countries based on the YouTube audience, and also the kind of average time spent on social media by the Indians is very high, and in YouTube it has got a lot of viewers, and there are different type of information that we can share and we can deliver through those social media, and also in multimedia mode and a media mix mode, because there are more number of media and more number of senses are involved, so it enhances the kind of learning and also retention. Similarly, there are different studies, they reported that in rural India also has a higher presence and compared to the users of other parts, as well as there is a growing number of internet users in the rural India. Social media platforms, the last report that we got by Statista 2023, which is a study based on 2018, that social media platforms are used to a great extent, and also 1 or 2 hours internet daily time spent on WhatsApp is also increasing in the rural India. So keeping this background in view, IRI has developed its own YouTube channel and a multimedia based extension model for information dissemination and agro advisory through social media, which is named as Pusa Samachar, and it is weekly production, and this is completely in-house production. The script writing, the content, the anchoring, the recording, editing, everything takes place by the scientists and the staff of IRI, and we do it, we upload the program every Saturday, the Hindi, and we also try to enhance the outreach of our Pusa Samachar in the regional languages and to cover the most of the parts of India. So we do it in regional languages. Regional episodes are uploaded once in 15 days. And till now there are 124 episodes in Hindi. It was started on 15th of August 2020, and we are continuously producing this Pusa Samachar videos. And now the subscribers, we have reached 30,000 subscribers of our channel, and also we got more than 10 lakhs views. This data is little old. And if we try to see the kind of our channel analytics over the 2 years, last 2 years, 2021 and 21-22, there is a growth in terms of number of views, but the average duration over the time it came down. And for live stream also, in the first year the kind of average view duration was more, but in the next year the average duration was less. But one good thing is that our subscribers, our viewers are becoming our subscribers. Compared to 2021, there are more number of subscribers in 21-22. If we also like to see the kind of the medium on which the Pusa Samachar was accessed, that mobile phone, there are average view duration is 2.51 minutes. But in case of the people who are looking looking at those Pusa Samachar episodes in computer, for them the view duration is more. And one interesting finding what we got is in case of the age group and viewership. The age group, in lower age group, there are more number of viewers, but the view duration is more in case of older age group. So the farmers, mostly the older farmers, they are showing their more duration in each episode compared to the younger lot. And when we see the kind of discipline wise, the content analysis, vegetable science related content is more. followed by the agronomy, genetics, and plant pathology content. In case of if we compare the views over 2 years, there are certain episodes which got more view even in the second year compared to the first year. And we also see that there is a good number of subscribers added per episode. And when we compare the views of 2 years with equal time interval, we got the good response even in the second year compared to the first year. Then watch time and subscription, more watch time led to good number of added subscribers, that we got a positive relationship. And we also tried to vary the duration of the Pusa Samachar episodes, and we tried to find out whether the longer duration gets more viewership or the shorter duration gets more viewership. But we got an interesting finding is that the duration around 14 to 15 minutes, they got more number of viewership compared to the less duration or the longer duration. And when we see the regional episodes, the content analysis, again the content on genetics or the breeding or varietal information, that was more, followed by agronomy and plant pathology. And in terms of the regional language episodes, when we try to compare with the performance of Hindi episodes, we got that in case of Telugu, there are some episodes where we got more watch hours than Hindi. Similar findings were available in case of Tamil. It is only for one episode, the watch hour is more than Hindi, and that was done when that episode talks about flood management, Kisan credit card, and importance of Madurai jasmine, which is GI tagged technology. So that created more watch time hours for the viewers. In case of Kannada, for them the watch hours are over the time less than the Hindi. But in case of Bangla, though the number of viewership are less in regional episodes, because that is categorizing for a particular section of the viewers, but the watch time hours of Bangla throughout compared to Hindi. So it is reported that the more of the viewers of Bangla episodes, they are watching, the duration of watch hour is more compared to all regional languages. And that also reflected in our comparison when we compared the watch time hours of the regional episodes. And the sources of information of stakeholders, we tried to find out from the first-hand information about our stakeholders and their response. And we found that the content has been presented systematically, that was reported the top ranked, followed by the average time duration of each crop segment, which episode is optimum. And in case of the ease of understanding, the style of presentation is easily comprehensible, rated first, followed by the language used by anchors and experts, which is understandable. And in case of fulfillment of information need, the ranked first is that they learned new farming technologies through this, our video-based, multimedia-based information sources. Similarly, we tried to do it in case of the regional Hindi episodes, and we tried that from YouTube. They came to know, most of our viewers, they came to know about our Pusa Samachar. So YouTube, they prompt the viewers about the next episode, and through that they came to know. And their frequency of watching is also mostly in weekly. And they also talked about that the content has been presented systematically and content is appropriate for learning experience. These two were top ranked when we talk about content and design. But in case of ease of understanding, they said that language used by anchors and experts is very easy to understand, followed by the style of presentation. And in case of fulfillment of information need, they say that overall information which were delivered through our Pusa Samachar was useful for the farmers. So with this, I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to present our work here, and also I'd like to thank the entire Pusa Samachar team and IRI authorities for their guidance and support. Thank you.
Very nice presentation, and we have seen that how this YouTube channel has grown over time. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now there is last presentation to be made by me, and time is already, I think, 15-16 minutes over than the scheduled time. So should I speak or should not I speak? Maybe 2-3 minutes I will. Dr. Burman, you can open my slides.
Sir, okay, we'll have already late, but we'll complete this session with your presentation, full presentation, not only 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Dr. Biswas, the sectional president, rapporteur, and all the distinguished participants of this session. As the topic itself for this symposium was technology innovation for sustainable natural resource management, food and nutrition security, some of the viewpoints I have tried to grab that where we are deficient and what we have been doing and what we need to do further. Now, these are some statistics which indicates that how much challenges we are facing in case of unsafe food and how it contributes to the public health. And we see that how the children are getting affected, how deaths are happening every year, almost 30,000 deaths every year, and how much it is costing to the economic cost for with foodborne diseases, especially the children and women, almost $15 billion annually. And number of foodborne diseases in India is increasing, and if you can find the figures in 2030, it is going to be 150 to 177 million people will be getting affected with this kind of diseases. Now there are triple burden on malnutrition in our country, and we find that of the total population, almost 50% is suffering with some kinds of micronutrient deficiencies, and 50% of women and children, they are anemic in nature. So that is a big challenge what we are facing. Because of undernutrition, children below 5 years, wasting is happening almost 21%, underweight are 36%, and stunted growth 38%. So huge numbers. This indicates that how our whole society is getting suffering because of malnutrition. At the same time, we also find that there is a prevalence of overweight, obesity happening all around, and people are getting obese, particularly in the urban areas, and also diabetic and hypertension cases are reported in children. Madam made a huge presentation on SDGs. I will not cover, but just I want to make that many of the indicators of SDGs, 12 SDGs, somehow they are related directly to nutrition. So if you are able to address nutrition, you are addressing 20 SDGs. That is what the message I want to give. Particularly the millets which she was mentioning, most of the, you will find the SDGs as she narrated, will be covered through the millet program rightly started by Government of India, and now the entire world is celebrating this one. Now there are 4 broad areas on which we have to focus in our approach, whether we are developing technologies, where we are trying to reach to the farmers by certain means, or whether we are trying to educate our children. One is that we have to be food secure and we have to ensure that food is available to everyone. But at the same time, there are ecological unsustainable agriculture and animal husbandry practices which are unsustainable in nature. How to make them sustainable, that is a challenge before us. Soil degradation, Dr. Patra has been dealing throughout. So it's a menace which is happening, and how to overcome that one. Environmental pollution, a presentation again was made on residue burning, and we have been witnessing all this. Global warming, reports are coming, and food loss and waste across value chain. That is also a reality which we have to see, and many reports indicate that the 15% of the food we are wasting, even after prepared food we are wasting. That is what the reports come from different levels. Food safety is another one. Contamination, high use of pesticides and antibiotics, again a big concern for all of us. Food spoilage and food safety in business, that is again a challenge for the entire food value system. Then healthy diets we have been talking, and how the cereal-based, low in fruits and vegetables, that is, you can say the situation which is there, but we have to reverse it to add more fruits and vegetables and other micronutrients. Deficiency of protein and micronutrients we have to address by different kinds of approaches, whether it is varietal improvement, what Dr. Bhardwaj was mentioning about identifying land usage and also incorporating different kinds of genes and producing quality materials. Then at the same time, the traditional food ingredients which we have been talked lately and very prominently, that how we can make the indigenously grown items into our food habits, and also how we can reduce the intake of fat, salt, sugar, high trans fat, and then the sustainable diets, again very, very important. There are many, you can say, information and wisdom in our own Ayurveda. Then reducing plastic footprints in food sector, again a challenge before us because everything is coming packed in the plastics. So, and water conservation, again a major issue. So these are four pillars are a kind of challenges on which we have to address when we are trying to address the entire food value chain in our system. Now coming to the food system approach, you will find that there are certain on-farm activities and there has to be different kinds of technical collaborations at different levels. And post-farm gate, there are many activities which includes standardization, regulations, food processing, manufacturing, and then at the government level there has to be horizontal and vertical linkages. Food industry which is taking it forward, they have to be also in place. At the same time consumers, that how their interests can be addressed by us, and then international collaboration. All these chains are shown here in this diagram, and we can see that how the food standards, value chains, environments and choices all can be addressed, and then supply and demand can be, you can say, balanced, which is required as of now. Now if you look into the vision for 2050 for the food systems, there has to be food security with the enhanced focus on primary food production, with crop diversification which we have been talking about, food industry to play a greater role in sustaining local economies, that is also a very, very important one. A rationalization of labor in agriculture and growth of SMEs with focus on women, that is also a very, very important one. Then food safety, one issue which I was also talking earlier, including safe water for all, consumer awareness, then consumption, again how we can improve the intake of the quality food, and then the environment concerns, and many of them are very challenging one. We have been talking about the natural farming, organic farming, and also the policy framework on food loss and waste food sharing. So it's not one partner, but there are many partners, including those who are growing the crops and commodities and those who are consuming, the industry, even the government, all have to make a kind of concerted effort to make it a kind of greener and cleaner environment, and also what the micronutrient deficiencies are happening, how they can be declined, and also reducing the economic cost of foodborne diseases. Now once we talk about the integrating nutrition, there are three components which are very, very important. One is that we start producing what the consumers need or what the public needs. And the biofortified varieties and others which we have been talking about, and even biofortifications from external sources, that also we have been doing. External biofortification, and also in the varietal you find many of enrichments which are happening. This is one way of protecting our societies with nutrition requirements. One is the agriculture income enhances, and people are in a position to buy different kinds of foods and, you can say, commodities, micronutrients, and they can get the supplements which are required. This is another approach by which we can address the malnutrition. The third approach is women-centric. We educate women, we empower women, and they can take care of the family. So these three approaches are very, very important when we talk of addressing nutrition through agriculture. Now, the other aspects of technology which are very important nowadays, we have been talking about the climate proofing in Indian agriculture. Many of the models have already been run by ICR like NICRA and other projects, and many more advanced approaches are required, as said by Dr. Chakravarti, about moisture measurement through satellite. Same we have been talking about other nutrients to be measured through satellites, and we are trying to find that when it will happen, so that all those things become easier for us. Now, in irrigation system also, we have been talking a lot, and so many interventions have come up, including cropping systems, the use of micro irrigation systems and others. And you will find there is a lot of opportunity for enhancing efficiency of our, you can say, different kinds of nutrient fertilizers and also water use efficiency. So enhancing the efficiency of resources also very, very important, and many of the examples you will find have come up from ICR through many of the technologies which have been developed. Then looking into the, you can say, animal husbandry sector, you will find there are many indigenous breeds and animals, and of lately you will find all these figures of 2000 up to 2014, only 144 animal breeds were, you can say, characterized and recognized and registered. But of late, you will find large number of animal breeds which were, you can say, not recognized, characterized earlier. They have been characterized, and government is very cautious now to do all these, identifying all those breeds and making them, you can say, making more productive for the system. Many of the, you can say, tools and techniques, vaccines have been developed to support this sector. I mean to say that when we talk of the food, we talk of the nutrition, animal is primarily coming into consideration, and that part has to be also taken into consideration when we talk about the food security. At the same time, in the Blue Revolution, we have achieved a lot of success, and many breeds are getting identified, characterized, but there is enough scope even now if you look into the productivity levels, what we are able to achieve now and how much we can achieve. And so huge potential is there, and many of the technologies which are coming up, they can make a lot of dividends at the ground level. Seaweeds, of late Government of India is trying to emphasize that nutraceuticals can be made of it, and in a project mode Government of India is taking up across sea coast that some potential districts have been identified, and we are trying to make it. Some products have already come up, but we need more kinds of scientific interventions and also popularizing all these products. Machines which can be women-friendly equipments, again a very, very important one. Once we talk about the millets in particular, always we talk that there is scarcity of, you can say, the desired kinds of machines at every level. So all these shortcomings or deficiencies which are there, we have to take into account. Technology backstopping, again a very, very important one. At the same time, crop residue burning, on which you will find number of interventions have been done in our country. This we have done on a large scale for reducing malnutrition through Kuposhan Mukt Bharat. We have been running through ICR a program, we call it NARI, Nutrition Sensitive Agri Resources and Innovations, and we have tried to capture the, you can say, our interventions in three heads. One is the biofortified varieties, the second is the Nutri Thali, and another one is the, you can say, biofortification of the products. So these three ways we have been doing, and also involving Anganwadi workers who are almost 15 lakhs in the country, creating Nutri Gardens at different levels. So these three concepts, Nutri Garden, biofortified varieties and Nutri Thalis, This was a concept which we ran in the country, it's still running, and I hope that with these kinds of interventions, many more people will come and the malnutrition basically will be addressed. So these were few slides which I wanted to, these are put here, NutriMap, Nutri-Gardens, and also biofortified varieties, and some of the, you can say, star varieties which are nutritionally rich, we have tried to project here. So thank you very much. This was a slogan given by CGIAR, I think 1 year back, when they said 1 year down, 9 to go. Can we transform food system by 2030? So this has been a challenge before us, and I hope that with all the presentations which have happened today and all of you sitting here, there is a huge wisdom available here. We can make it surely a kind of change which is required in the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice presentation. Sir, conclude. Sir, give your remarks on as chairman.
So thank you very much. If pressing point 1 or 2 somebody is trying to make, yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Predicted soil moisture using a model, using machine learning, the random forest, and measured one, we find there is clustering of data in between. But the low soil moisture and higher soil moisture end, you don't have any data point. Am I right? Now, what is it inherent defect of the model, or some measurements were not taken? It is essential that over a considerable range of soil moisture content, the model will be working. And secondly, why did you use the random forest for your machine learning?
Okay. So the first point is that you can find it out that this is not a very low range, or you can say small range of moisture. It is a considerable variation. And this is result from IRI farm, which is a wheat dominated, and most of the time the soil moisture ranges for that period of time.
Neither low nor high.
No, not high. The point is that was explained in my last but one presentation where I have.
But it can be extended to other places.
It can
be.
Where
soil moisture is very low, soil moisture is high.
Yeah, but that's not the case at IRI. That
no, but the model can be used.
Yeah, definitely.
The model can be tested at the entire soil moisture region.
True, sir. But I said that the model has been tested at Kajri also. In the Kajri, the moisture content is very low. It is not going far away. In UVKV, it is the opposite story, that there is most of the moisture which is at a higher rate. So that is one issue, and that you have raised a very valid question. But this is on very specific IRI. So that's why the range you are not taking it's a very low or neither a very high. And the second point is the random forest we have taken. It was not by choice. We have done some kind of sensitivity analysis of all the models. We have taken 3 models for these optical thermal approaches. So 2 models, T-SURF and TPS, didn't give us good statistical parameters which is used for evaluating the model. So we have used random forest. Probably the random forest is having some sort of, you can say, its own advantage or its own strength that we need to look out. But that's not by chance. This is through certain statistical evaluation of that we have taken the random forest. Thank you, sir.
My observation is that I think you need to test this type of models in basaltic terrain, where you have different soils, from shallow soils to deep soils, and at different landforms, so that you get the entire range of the moisture.
True, sir.
From vertisols to vertisols we have, if you take a watershed in that area, so all the soils are represented there, and you get a lot of range of moisture. Yeah. So your models can be better tested in those areas. Yeah. You should have a monotonous soils at IR.
Yes, sir. True. But sir, the aim of the project is to have soil moisture information for agriculture purposes. So that's why you have taken the farm areas where actual agriculture decisions has taken place. So you have a soil moisture for your irrigation decision. You may have a soil moisture for the sowing, which is a rainfed agriculture, that kind of thing.
So it's beyond the scope of the project, but definitely your point is.
Otherwise, you come to bureau and you can do that type of experiments here.
Dr. Singh, may I ask one more question to him? Yeah. Dr. Chakraborty, when you go to the sodic soil, because of the osmotic potential, the water availability will be at the lower end for the plant. How does your model work? The Punjab is very close to you. You have sodic soils.
So, but this model is estimating the surface soil moisture. Whatever may be the cause, it could be because of the dryness, it could be because of salinity stress, the actual moisture which is showing. So we are only saying that what the satellite is estimating. As you said that is not may not be available in the plan.
The surface soil moisture that is the 5 centimeter depth.
That is the 5 to around 5-6 centimeter millimeter.
But
it is less than one. Yeah, that's what the National Soil Extension Project is all about. So they are asking me to go to the root zone soil surface soil moisture, and that is the challenging one. I accept that one. That's the challenging one, and we need to go for that. But so far as the ensemble of all technique at least has given some reliable estimates of the surface soil moisture estimation. So far as the Indian condition is concerned. So that's it. Thank you.
There is no time now to take questions. I must thank all the presenters who have made very nice presentations. Actually, many of them were diverse in nature. It's not sticking to one idea, but there are many ideas which have come up, right from millets to, you can say, the core varietal development, to the residual burning, to, you can say, the moisture assessment through satellite. So many of the newer areas have come up, and ideas have come up. I am sure that Dr. Biswas, who is heading this agriculture section, will be able to bring out proceedings of this one. But I find that the presentations made were very important. One, basically, the presentation on natural farming, Dr. Singh made, and he also showed data. So that data is very crucial for us, because ICR is looking for such data by which certain kinds of findings could be, you can say, given to the society. At the same time, Dr. Chakraborty's and also millet-based, the findings are very, very important, because you know, millets area has been going down, and Government of India has made it a, you can say, international event. But the last year also I find some area got reduced under millets. So Madam has got a great challenge before her, that how area can be increased, and also the economic gains can, the competing crops, millets can be equal footing at least to the competing crops. So these challenges are before us, and 7 sutras what she was mentioning are very important to promote millets, and I hope that once awareness is created, and these millets will be also taken up at the higher level. Of course, the presentation made by Dr. Chakraborty, Government of India is looking for all such new findings, use of science and technology, drones, satellite, all these are very important. The presentation made on residue burning, again, Government of India have been working, and ICR has been working very extensively for last 4-5 years. With lot of efforts involving 60 kVkg, we were able to reduce crop burning, residue burning by 52%. And again satellite mapping used to happen every day by IRI. So these tools and techniques and modern science need to be brought into picture. As said by Honorable Prime Minister also, data is very important. And through all the satellite mappings and other tools which are coming up, the agriculture should be more profitable and more, you can say, precise in nature. That is what I can say. I will congratulate all the presenters who have made the wonderful presentation, and also to Dr. Biswas for heading this section. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So on behalf of this organizing committee, as the sectional president, I also thank you, sir, for chairing the session and nicely conducting the session. Although the time is over, but we have accommodated one extra presentation also. And also thank you to Dr. Devashish, who has acted as reporter and noted all these points. So please give me all the suggestions made by sir, and then you compile this and hand over to me. Thank you. So with this, we are ending this session, but we will immediately start the next session. We will not give any break. Tea will be served here itself. So I request all of you to be here so that we can compensate these timings also, because Dr. Patra is also has to go in the evening. So thank you very much.
So on behalf of Nagpur University, I thank all the speakers of this session, and as a token of appreciation, I would like to present mementos to the speakers. I would request Dr. Biswas to hand over the mementos to Dr. A.K. Singh. Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. I would also request Dr. Biswas to hand over the memento to Dr. Debashish Chakravarti. Dr. T.J. Purkayast. Dr. A.B. Singh has left, but we would ensure that the memento reaches him. Dr. C. Tara Satyavati. Dr. C. Bharadwaj. Dr. Ramcharan Bhattacharya. Dr. Rajorshi Roy Burman.
Dr. Patra to chair these sessions. Dear delegates, you know Dr. Patra is the former director, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, and presently emeritus scientist also. So he will be doing his emeritus scientific activities at Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal. Dr. Patra is also the former sectional president of Indian Agriculture and Forestry Sciences. That he was in Tirupati. He was the president in Tirupati session of Indian Science Congress. And Dr. Patra, you know, is recently received a very important award. That is UN FAO Glinka World Soil Prize Award. That is a very prestigious award given by FAO. So before that, he also received the Rafi Ahmed Kidwai Award of ICR for outstanding research in agriculture sciences, Platinum Jubilee Commemoration Award by Indian Society of Soil Science, and also many other awards. So I am not going in details, and he is also the fellow of National Academy of Agriculture Science, then National Science India, this Nasi from Allahabad also, and Indian Society of Soil Science, and many other societies also. So with this, and then Dr. Soumitra Das, he is the director of Zinc Association of India. He did his graduations from this Pantnagar, and then a PhD from IRI. In fact, he is my batchmate in IRI also. So we are batchmate. So he will be acting as the reporter in these sessions. And whenever I call Dr. Das, he always help in this and coming in supporting not only this Indian Science Congress, but also Indian Society of Soil Science. So they are a very good sponsor also in that. So Clay Mineral Society also. So he is always with us. So I request Dr. Patro to conduct the session.
Thank you, Dr. Deepak Vishwas, President, Agriculture and Forestry Science Section of 108th Indian Science Congress, and Dr. Soumitra Das, who is Director, International Zinc Association, as reporter in this session, and of the dais, Honorable Professor S.K. Sannar, ex-Vice Chancellor of Bidhan Chandra Krishi Vishwavidyalaya. We are really thankful to him that you could make it to come here, and your contribution is always, so enrich the programs. That is a wonderful thing, and thank you very much. Also, my colleagues, Dr. Amaresh Chandra, who is Director at Indian Grassland and Fodder Research Institute. He is sitting in the back. Please come in forward, and that will be very, encouraging to the participants. And my all other colleagues, Professor Ghosh from Santiniketan has come, Dr. Prasad has come, and I see many luminaries who are present here. Thank you very much, but many of the good people also left because of some other commitments, perhaps. So in this session, we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 papers, and our time is from up to 5 o'clock, and I have to go also because my train is at 5:30, half an hour late. So I will try to go by 5:15 or so. I will try. So with this hearty welcome to each of you in this session, let us begin this session. But before that, yesterday I missed my presentations because of the train was very late, and we missed the. So I will try to, in the beginning itself, I like to just 10 minutes I like to take in this session, and that will be then 6 presentations, and then I will again start, and then I will continue for as much as possible. Then I will just I will start with me.
Okay, sir.
So thank you. New Year to each of you. Still, we are in the very beginning of the year, so very happy and prosperous 2023 to each of you. And my presentation is on this topic, which is on the screen, and present 3 major challenges of the world today is land or soil degradation, climate change, and declining biodiversity. When we talk about the biodiversity, we often we think it is the above ground biodiversity, but the below ground people do not talk. People not aware about that. But the below ground biodiversity is huge. The extinction and many things is going on, and we are not very much aware. And when we talk the One Health, below ground diversity is a driving force. I'm not talking about that, but the challenges is the land degradations or soil degradations, and keeping in view the demand of food and nutritional security or the environmental security, sustainable soil management is extremely important. We all know, and the awareness going on in the last 8 years or so to save our soil is enormous, and that is very relevant also. And everyone need to attend on that and to do whatever we can do to save our soil. And because, as per FAO, hardly 60 years, we have got the top fertile lands, and if we, do not take care of the, current level of degradations, so time is not much for us, and so there are many ways of soil degradations. soil erosions, nutrient mining, depletion of organic carbon, and many of us, we all know. So not taking much time on this. And another thing, increasing soil pollution, another emerging areas, which is, the soil and water pollutions, another problems. And that is what I was telling you the soil biodiversity, which is another a problem in the soil health. And because of the biodiversity, below ground biodiversity, there are many advantages. The diseases and other things is suppressed because of the huge biodiversity of the soil. So not much time to talk on that. Sustainable soil management, where these are some of the ways for the better management. And these are I will touch some of the things, and mostly from the work at the Indian Institute of Soil Science during my time. Just to give few points, the conservation agriculture. This is future agriculture. Maybe in the present time there are challenges, there are lacunae, there are need of more work. But this is the conservation agriculture is very important, and this has to be, if we like to conserve our soil, protect our soil. And there is a very clear-cut, advantages we have seen at our institute and the different locations of the country. We have got consortium research platform at our institute, and over the period of 8 years, the soil organic carbon, the content which increased from 0.4 to 0.8%. And this is very clear. And organic carbon, we say, to save, the soil health is extremely important. And these are some of the results. I'm not going to just to talk in details about this. Another, the technology, the biofertilizers. In the earlier session about natural farming we talk, and this is another area. Lot of developments have taken place, and there is still lot of work needed. But the technology, these has to go to each farmers of the country, and there is more of the production of biotechnology is very much needed, and there the applications at and there once the biofertilizers they produce, keeping its quality, another very important issues. And then its applications, timely applications, keeping the quality of the biofertilizers, because biofertilizer as such, it is the proven science. But thing is that often when it goes to the farmers, the quality deteriorated, and the performance often is not very clear. That is why many times we feel that it is not working, but it is not like that. Rapid recycling of organic residues, more than 680 million tons of crop residues are produced every year, and much of it not going return to the soil, which is another concern. A substantial amount is burnt every year, and that should not happen. Soil rights is the residues to be returned to this soil, and grains is for the human being. But that is not happening. And this is, until and unless the organic matter is reaching back to the soil, how can we conserve our soil? So on this area, a lot of work is going on, a lot of work has been done. IRA, the PUSA, decomposer, similarly, our institute also developed many different kinds of the compost, and the enriched manures, and also the decomposers. ISS also produced a decomposer, ISS decomposer, Excel decomposer we say, and that has been tested at IRA farm. 4 different decomposer tested, and our was performed very well, equally good I should say, and it is being commercialized at the institute, but may not be known to many people. And also, we have also developed a decomposer and shredder for fast composter techniques, and that is being demonstrated at many KVKs. These are some of the examples. Another things, with the modern tools and techniques, the traditional ones, that should not be forgotten, and that should be encouraged, that should be promoted at the farm. The green manure for the cover of the soil. Soil erosion is a serious problem. More than whatever the soil degradations, more than 30% soils of India has been degraded, 140 million hectares of the land. This is a matter where the cover soil should be covered throughout the year. Until it is covered, degradation cannot be stopped. So for this green manure, a traditional but often neglected. This needs to be also taken care. Balanced fertilizer, balanced soil test-based, balanced and integrated. That is our recommendation. We recommend this one. Of course, natural farming is coming up, but there is a need of research. there is a need of research, and then, you know, when it is proven with scientific data information, then only confidently we can tell. Otherwise, balanced and integrated soil test based balanced and integrated nutrient management, which is proven, there are a lot of advantages of integrated nutrient management that we know, and that should be strongly recommended, should reach to the farmers. And, you know, site specific integrated nutrient management, you know, 4 are driven, we all know. Our at Indian Institute of Soil Science long term fertilizer experiment is going on about more than now 50 years, and it is very clearly seen wherever integrated nutrient management adopted, the, you know, all parameters, whether it is sustainability of the yields or whether it is the soil, you know, your microbial diversity, microbial activities and all, and not only that, the nutrient use efficiency, it is very much clear. So, and you know, this is another aspect, soil test crop response, integrated the nutrient systems. Dr. Pradeep Dev will give you more details. And this is another example, you know, when integrated nutrient management in all respect, whether it is the carbon footprint or the energy use efficiency, soil health, everything is so, you know, sustained and maintained. Another very important, you know, which is another serious concern, our soil. In 1950, only the nitrogen was deficient. Nitrogen is, you know, so long deficient in soils in our country. Many reasons are there, but now there are, you know, the micronutrients, another the problem, emerging problem, and that should be taken care of. So any, you know, zinc, more than 50% soils, you know, for Madhya Pradesh example, in all India, earlier it was around 40, more than 40%, now it has been decreased because of lot of recommendations, lot of adoptions of the of zinc, it has reduced to around 40%. But, you know, many other nutrients, the issues are major in India, and that should be taken care of. Another, you know, in this aspect, when sustainable soil management, enriching organic carbon in the soils, this is another aspect. This is that biochar applications. Though there are a lot of you know, about the use of biochars, but throughout the country, a lot of work is going on the biochar. And when we say, you know, the enriching soil carbon, proper utilization of the crop residues, this is another area where one side the work is going, another side the applications and its promotion is very, very important. Another thing that, you know, the integrated farming systems, when in respect of sustainable soil management, integrated farming systems, integrated nutrient management, or integrated pest management, all those things, it gives sustainability as well as the income of the farmers. This is another integrated farming system, extremely, there are a lot of models have been developed by Modipuram institutes, and this is climate proofing. And these are, you know, the tree-based systems to be adopted as much as possible. You know, the extension programs. Dr. Mormon, you have given very excellent presentations, and this, you know, is very, very important, where it is very clearly seen among all different whatever the systems you take, the tree, including tree in the systems, it is you know, very much protecting the soil, saving the soil, at the same time enriching carbon, maximum carbon sequestration whenever there is agroforestry based systems. So these, whatever the, you know, the potential and the possibilities in India, that should be promoted, so that, you know, our goal of sustainable soil management can be achieved. Another area, new areas, is the application of fertilizer, increasing use efficiency. So this area also very, very important. Work has been done at different places, but still it has to come very well in, for the applications. Nano urea, we know our institute will develop the nano rock phosphate, and that is being, you know, that has been the trials have been made throughout the country, and it has been proven that it is as good as DAP, single super phosphate, and the attempts are being made for its commercializations. But there are certain issues and concerns, and those things to be. But this is another area which needs lot of good work, and its final application to the fields. Tools and techniques for soil health assessment, very, very important. I'm not talking about our Mrida Pariksha, but the emerging tools and techniques. For example, the soil spectroscopy techniques, because rapid, which is not expensive, which is quick, which can, frequently can be, because as a soil scientist, we say that every 2 years, soil should be tested, because otherwise it is very expensive. In a country like India, it is not possible. So rapid a system of soil testing in this soil spectroscopy, our institute, the Indian Institute of Soil Science, in collaboration with the ICRAF, last 8 years we worked for this for mid-infrared spectroscopy, and we have recommended. Recently, we conducted one international conference on soil spectroscopy, where more than 2,000 participants attended in this, and we have recommended that soil texture, sand, silt, clay, and organic carbon can be assessed with soil spectroscopy. But for others available nutrients, the work is needed and it may take time. But such kind of handheld machines, the government needs handheld machines for quick estimations of the soil properties, so that the decisions can be taken. Another thing is the plastics being used, and the soil pollutions in these plastics being used. So alternatives needed, so that the soil's health can be sustained and protected. Another thing is the digital and the precision agriculture. Precision agriculture, so all the inputs should be used as per the requirement, testing and the requirement. There should not be excess use, so that will be creating problem in the soil, that will create the soil pollutions. So this is another for sustainable soil management. I'm not going, but this have a lot of many advantages, the use, or the use efficiency, or the cost, increasing income, and there are a lot of work is going on in this. More part of earlier Dr. A.K. Singh also mentioned about this and the advantages we know. So overall, what we need, soil should be protected for the sustainable use. So these are in nutshell, liming, crop rotation, green manure, organic amendments. So integrated pest management, integrated nutrient management, and the conservation agriculture, minimum tillage. So all these are soil saving, soil conservation and sustainability, and all are proven by many technologies. Those technologies to be adopted, the actions to be taken, and there is a need of, for that, the policy initiatives. A policy initiative extremely important. For reaching to the farmers, there is a need of policy. Government of India taken many policy.
Please keep silence.
For example, the soil health cards, there is a purpose, because from 2015, International Year of Soils, every year celebrating World Soil Day. There is a reason for that, because lot of problems all around we see, and there is a need of saving our soils. So this in nutshell what I presented before you. And for all those awareness, the institute has done a lot of work. Many of you know what the institute has done. At many platforms we discuss, we talk. Natural farming in the morning, everything presented very quickly. So we started a work. We have given some information in that, and in that direction also we are working. When we will find that it is good, it is okay, then only we will recommend. At the moment we are not recommended anything about that. And this was this is our recognition of the institute, and we got 2020 the King Bhumibol Award because of the much awareness. Not only India, we made it global awareness for this. Many African countries, many Asian countries, our contributions were enormous, and this is one of the results for that. So with this, I'm not taking much time. Thank you very much. Any questions and issues, please, I am always available. And I am more available now because I have completed my, the active directorship in last September. So I am more available, and this is, in that direction, I will be very happy if I can join you to make some contributions to our sustainable soil management. Thank you very much to each of you. Now our Next presentation is Dr. Soumitra Das. Dr. Soumitra Das will be making our next presentation. He is Director, India Zinc Nutrient Initiative, International Zinc Association, and the topic is zinc biofortification for food and nutrition security. Dr. Soumitra Das, floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Patro. Respected Chairperson, Dr. A.K. Patro, Dr. D.R. Biswas, Sectional President, all dignitaries of the dais, Dr. S.K. Sannal, Dr. Krishnendu Das, Dr. Gautam Ghosh, and all other my colleagues, friends, seniors, as well as students. At the outset, I would like to thank the organizers, Indian Science Congress, and Sectional President, especially Dr. D.R. Biswas, my IRE batchmate. I am very glad to be here amongst many of our batchmates and seniors like Dr. A.K. Patro for giving us this opportunity today. And today's the presentation is on zinc biofortification for food and nutrition security. Already you have heard from the chairman of the previous session about biofortification. He has introduced this subject to you already. And of course, biofortification is a word which is not unknown to all of us. We know about what is biofortification, right? And my job is to just make you aware what is happening in India and globally about biofortification. So let us go ahead. So I will cover this topic in these subtopics: zinc deficiency in soils, zinc in human health, zinc biofortification. Again, we know that there are two parts. Then coming to economic biofortification, that is zinc in fertilizers, and some of our initiatives for the International Zinc Association. And at the end, to conclude. So to go ahead, as Dr. Patra has already mentioned about the micronutrient and importance of micronutrient. And as we all know, today is the era of multi-micronutrient deficiency in India. And if we look at closely, we will find that if we see the micronutrients, you will find zinc is widespread deficient in Indian soils to the tune of about 37 to 40%, followed by boron about 23%. And if we club these together, around 60% it is overall. And then followed by iron, 12 to 13%, manganese 7%, copper 4%, so on and so forth. So this is the soil map and of showing extent of zinc deficiency in India. About 40% of the Indian soils are zinc deficient, and Dr. Patra also mentioned. And this map is procured from Indian Institute of Soil Science, in which Dr. K. Patra was the director, and this is the courtesy Indian Institute of Soil Science. So, but some of the states are having even higher level of zinc deficiency. For example, Tamil Nadu, it is showing more than 60%, Madhya Pradesh around 60%, Rajasthan around 60%. So state-wise, it's different, particularly in the central province, western side, and southern part of the country. What is important here that zinc deficiency is not restricted to India only. It is a global phenomena. And if you see this map, around 50% of the global soils are deficient in zinc. So it is not that only our soils are deficient, it's a global phenomena. And the lower map, it shows that around 1/3 of the global population are affected by zinc deficiency. But what is more important here is that I would like to bring to your notice that if you compare these two maps, you will find there is a very strong correlation between the zinc deficiency in soil as well as zinc deficiency in human. That means wherever there is a zinc deficiency, for example, India, you will find zinc deficiency in soil. At the same place, you will find zinc deficiency in human being. That means how the zinc dynamics flow from soil to crop to animal to human. As I mentioned, about 2 billion population across the world are affected by zinc deficiency, and about 8 lakh people are at the risk of dying, out of which 4.5 lakh are the children under the age of 5. And this is the slide which has raised the concern of the government of India. It says that India's rank is at the top of casualties because of diarrhea, pneumonia, because of the deficiency of zinc in our country. So it is as it is higher than even these countries in the sub-Sahara, as well as our neighboring countries like Pakistan, or for that matter China, Afghanistan, etc., etc. So in one of the research results published this year only, post-COVID, it says that if there is a low zinc concentration in soil, it may increase the incidence of COVID-19 fatalities among the human. And needless to mention, we all are witness how zinc is important, is essential for fighting the deadly viral diseases like COVID-19. We also are witness that doctors used to prescribe zinc whether we are suffering from COVID-19 or not, and because zinc is considered as an essential immunity booster. So zinc is very essential not only for the crops but also for the human health. So coming to solutions of zinc deficiency, as we all know, there are various approaches to tackle the micronutrient deficiency. One is food supplementation through the application of or through use of medicines. Next is food fortification, how the micronutrients are fortified with processed food. And then dietary diversification. As you may be aware that non-vegetarian foodstuffs are richer source of zinc compared to vegetarian source. Now coming to biofortification, which is the topic today. So in biofortification, as you all know, there are two approaches. One is genetic biofortification, that is called through the plant breeding route. It is evolving new cultivars and varieties which has the inherent capacity to enrich its edible part or grain by taking up more and more zinc from the soil. And the next approach is agronomic biofortification, that is application of fertilizer. So agronomic biofortification, that is application of fertilizer, is very important because it is the rapid and sustainable solution, as genetic biofortification in long run definitely is very economical, but it takes definitely long time to develop one variety. So for immediate your solution, we have to resort to agronomic biofortification. So now genetic biofortification, there are various organizations nationally and internationally. For example, Harvest Plus, the part of CGIAR group, and as well as in India there are several ICR institutes as well as state agriculture universities. They have already released high zinc rice, high zinc wheat, and various other micronutrient fortified crops. Fertilizer agronomic biofortification, needless to mention that if zinc is added in the balanced plant nutrition along with NPK and other essential nutrients, farmers are going to have better remuneration and better yield, better quality of the crops. There are n number of zinc fertilizers mentioned in fertilizer control order, that is called FCO, that is the regulatory document of fertilizer industry. And there are n number of fertilizers, whether it is state micronutrient fertilizer, fortified fertilizers, and of late liquid fertilizers also containing zinc have been included in FCO, and this is very recently it had been done, and during July 2021. Coming to International Zinc Association, it is a non-profit global organization dedicated for the cause of zinc nutrition, and we are headquartered in North Carolina, USA, having offices across the world. And I represent India office, which also looks after the South Asia and Southeast Asia. So we have been partnered with World Bank, international organizations like World Bank, UNICEF, WHO, and other organizations. So we are having projects in Rajasthan and on zinc fertilizer, and we are working with the farmers, with the participating farmers, and we are getting very good response, and to the tune of even 25% increase in the yield. As we all know, Rajasthan soils are deficient in zinc, and the most important outcome is that farmers are convinced about application of zinc. Even if the project is over, they are convinced to continue with the zinc application in the balanced fertilizer use. Another World Bank project we are handling is with the government of Assam in Assam, and with the zinc fertilizer as the key component, and objectives is to develop an action plan for improving access to farm input, including zinc fertilizer, and to apply and to evolve and develop design capacity building programs for agri-input supply chain holders. And I am working in this project as the team leader and agri-input specialist with the World Bank. Yet another projects we are working with the companies like Hindustan Zinc, which is the largest company, zinc producing company in the country, and we have signed an MOU with Hindustan Zinc along with Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology in Udaipur, and having working with the farmers over there as well as the university on zinc fertilizer and zinc in balanced plant nutrition or zinc in crops. And the picture shows we are organizing Zinc Day to promote zinc to the farmers. Yet another project we are working with one of the global leader in boron called Rio Tinto, and we are working on micronutrient projects. And here it is the example of zinc boron fortified with SSP in crop like sugarcane, in working with the ICR, Indian Institute of Sugarcane Research, Lucknow. In some of the examples like with the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of Bangladesh, we are working with them, and we are getting very good response because Bangladesh soils are to the tune of 93% is deficient in zinc. And we have got better response than what is recommended by the Government of Bangladesh there. And even 1% zinc core urea that we have used of IFDC from US, it shows yield increase to the tune of 26% and zinc content to the tune of 51%. To increase awareness to the stakeholders, we have been organizing national, international conferences. Here is the one before COVID 2019. We organized Global Micronutrient Summit, wherein the Honorable Agriculture Minister inaugurated the program. And this year, of course, during the COVID, we could not organize any conference or event. This year, we plan to organize the second series in the Global Micronutrient Summit sometime in September, October this year in New Delhi. And in connection with the international conferences, we have been organizing conferences. This year, after the COVID, we organized in event called Zinc College in Spain in June, and followed by in September in Malaysia. And here is the one that is directly related to biofortification. There is an organization called Harvest Zinc, and that is a part of Harvest Plus, part of CGIR. And we, as a member of the consortium of Harvest Zinc project, along with organizations like IFA, International Fertilization, that is based in Paris and France, then IPNI, erstwhile it was IPN in India, now it is confined to US and Canada only. Then other corporate and other industry bodies like Mosaic, ICL of Israel, as well as OCP of Morocco, and companies like K+S, German company, so on and so forth. And some of the salient outcomes that we attended the workshop, the international workshop in Istanbul in July this year. Just want to highlight few of the salient observations. This is the global map wherein biofortified crops are being developed, and it has been observed that around 50 million people had access to biofortified crops across Asia, Africa, and Latin America. There is a good coverage and efforts by all these stakeholders. And in India, about 1 million people have been already covered under this biofortification program. Coming to value chain for the scale up, yes, the concept is very good, but what is lacking is the commercial scale up and the increasing awareness. So we have to increase the awareness to the stakeholders, then also sensitizing the policy makers for a better and conducive policy environment. And most important is to motivate the farmers to come up and grow biofortified crops so that they get better premium out of their produce, so that they are motivated at the end, which is not happening now. So these are some of the challenges, but nevertheless there have been some achievements, like Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji also endorses biofortification and dedicated 17 new biofortified varieties of 8 crops to the nation. And I already mentioned about 2 lakh farming households were reached in the previous years. Now, already mentioned by previous speaker, Dr. Tara, that International Year of Millets. What I would like to mention here that the International Year of Millets will be definitely highlighting the importance of micronutrients. That millets are, as we all know, that it is also called as nutri-cereals, are great source of micronutrients like zinc, and it contains higher level of zinc and compared to other cereal crops like rice and wheat. So millets are good source of,
please conclude now.
Okay. Yeah. So it is to the tune of around 120 ppm, whereas rice wheat around 2040. So last slide. At the end, I would like to highlight some of the challenges, like already highlighted by Dr. A.K. Patro, that fertilizer use efficiency is very low, and if you talk about micronutrient, it is hardly 1 to 5%. So new innovative products are very important to be developed. So one example is nano, and nano it is already in the market. So similarly, nano zinc, nano copper, nano DAP are in the pipeline. So promoting concept of combining both the approaches, genetic as well as agronomic approaches. And fertilizer policy, not going to detail the policy and the quality availability as well as the extension promotion, the awareness level, and particularly the last mile delivery is very, very important. So at the end, I'd like to conclude that zinc deficiency in crops and human is a global challenge, and the sustainable solution is to increase use of zinc in balanced plant nutrition, so that to ensure not only food but also nutrition as well as health security of our country, because we all need zinc. Thank you very much for your precious help.
Thank you, Das, for your excellent presentation. Zinc is really a global challenge, and we came to know that Bangladesh, more than 93% soil is zinc deficient. So it is an alarming situation in Bangladesh. Thank you very much for your excellent presentation. Now let us come to the next presentation, and which is Dr. Pradeep De, who is project coordinator. He is there, or he is chairing another session, parallel session. So maybe he will join us later, and we can move to the next presentation, which will be delivered by Professor Gautam Ghosh, who is at Vishwabharati's Department of Soil Science and Agricultural Chemistry, Santiniketan. Dr. Ghosh, floor is yours.
Respected Chairman Sir, Rapporteur Sir, Delegates, I am at the outset, I am thankful to organizers, particularly Dr. D.R. Biswas, the sectional president, for giving me the opportunity to share my views on sulfur in sulfur in balanced plant nutrition in food and nutritional security. As you know that sulfur is now considered as the fourth major nutrient element and very much important or essential for the development, growth, as well as quality of the produce. It is not only important for the plants, but human being also, or other organisms too. So although the productivity level or accessibility of food has been increased, but the quality food is not so much available. So with that respect, it is just as the promotional advocation in favor of sulfur to make use it in balanced plant nutrition for food and our nutritional security. So I am skipping over this, although that I confined my discussion to the role of sulfur, extents of deficiency, its effects on soil as well as crop as well as plant, its response, sulfur and crop quality, and challenges we are facing towards the sulfur use and management, and how we can get rid of the correcting sulfur deficiency as well as recommendations. We know that crop needs sulfur because it is required for the formation of chlorophyll, which is very much essential, or which helps for the production of the starch, sugars, oils, fats, vitamins, others. It is a constituent of proteins, oils, as well as it helps in increase the crop yield and improve crop quality. Sulfur improves protein and oil percentage of the produce. It helps for the milling quality, baking quality, and marketability of coconut, as well as the quality of tobacco and produce. It is associated with special metabolism in plants and the structural characteristics of protoplasms. Sulfur metabolism is intimately involved in plant metabolic and physiological processes and involved directly or indirectly as integral part of proteins and enzymes. Now, although the sulfur has been recognized as the deficient nutrient of late 80s, but it is the most neglected nutrient element. Although it is fourth most major nutrient element after NPK, we never advocate NPKs. So, TSI or PHI should have take initiative so that sulfur would have some importance or advocations for the quality produced, not only the yield increment. Sulfur deficiency is acute nowadays, although it is confined more than 200 districts in our India, more than 200 districts, and more than 90 countries having the sulfur deficiency. And the sulfur deficiency is very much related with the nitrogen deficiency. Only the difference is that it is the intervenal chlorosis and the pale yellow greening in both cases. But the nitrogen deficiency starts with the older leaves, whereas the zinc deficiency starts with the younger leaves or leaf petals. The regions of sulfur deficiency are the intensifications of agriculture, use of high analysis fertilizers devoid of sulfur, as well as the less or no use of organic matter, and heavy leaching losses, besides crop removal and soil erosion and volatilization losses. If we see the extent of sulfur deficiency in India, it is very much acute one. You just see in our Kerala state, it is about 80% of the soils are deficient of available sulfur. So, if we categorize the sulfur availability in terms of acute deficient, latent deficient, we could see that our soils are more than 60% soils are deficient one. Sulfur deficiency is also a global problem. Just Dr. Das immediately mentioned that zinc deficiency is acute one, not only for the India but worldwide. Similar things is here. It is very much widespread deficiency are reported all over worldwide, we can say. Sulfur deficiency not affects the plants only, but it having so many benefits of human health also. As a incentives of sulfur, it includes relief from the joint pains in the form of arthritis, skin problem, relieving skin problem, augmentation of liver health, glucosinolates, that a compound sulfur containing that lessens the risk of developing neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's and Parkinson's disease. Glutathione, a potent antioxidant which takes care about the liver detoxifications. Foods that contains like garlic and cruciferous veggies that shield the system against the diabetes, heart diseases, cancer, and age-related brain losses, and contribute a lower risk of heart diseases also. So just Dr. Das mentioned so many health concerns about the benefits of the zinc applications, but here we could see that they are having a long range of benefits of sulfur also. TSI, the Sulfur Institute, have also been mentioned. Few more health importance with regards to the sulfur containing protein keratin that take care about the outer layer of human skin. Insulin uses, our body uses the glucose as energy. So it is also the insulin allows the cells. It is the necessity of sulfur is necessity of the insulin production. Collagens, arthritis is relieved, arthritis, and amino acids, antioxidants are also, although they are having no recommendation for the daily allowances for sulfur in our diet, but we know that which food would be much more suitable one.
2 minutes more.
Okay. Researches are going on in that regards. 14 milligram of sulfur is required for the daily allowances. Here there is a wide gap of deficit of sulfur application and sulfur removal. So sulfur mining is going on that will create a problem for our future generation for the quality of produce as well as the production. There is a wide gap of our projected requirement of sulfur, and applications have been mentioned here. Sulfur is being taken up by the plant in the form of sulfate. So C to S ratio is important for the mineralizations, as well as the NS to S ratio is also important for the production of protein, and our optimum rates for several crops, cereals, pulses have been mentioned here, that usually ranges from 30 to 60 or more. So far as quality, it is a main concern with the sulfur deficiency is the quality, poor quality. Here I have tried to mention the baking quality. You just see it. Whenever the sulfur is being applied in optimum, there is a bumper production or quality produce is there. sulfur response in crops in different form, irrespective of the sulfur sources, have been reported, and that increase the oil yield, oil content, glucosinol, iodine value, etc. And it is economic too. Application of sulfur is economic in terms of gross return, net return, yield increment, and cost benefit ratio. Here is the removal or mining will create a lot of problem for our future generation if we are not in a position to arrest this deficiency right now, or maintain our soil with proper sulfur fertilization or heavy doses of application of organic matter to soil. So in case of low, very low, for cereal, oilseeds and legumes, 30 to 60 kg sulfur per hectare would be sufficient to meet up the requirement. Here I would like to the yield increment. Crop response is terrific one. You just see more than 100% increase of yield of different. On an average, the yield increment is 20 to 50% or more in most of the cases. And just Dr. Das mentioned how we can get rid of the problem from the sulfur deficiency through two processes, either agronomic biofortification or genetic biofortification. So nowadays, some of the fertilizer industries like IFCO, Nagarjuna is producing the fertilizers that contains sulfur besides NPK.
No, please conclude.
Okay.
Conclude.
So we know that we are deficient with the sulfur, and we are India is dependent on the import of the sulfur for the production of sulfur fertilizer and sulfuric acid or other things. But as a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, India is trying to explore its minerals, and reports are there that in near future we would also be Atmanirbhar with regards to the sulfur containing minerals. So far as fertilizer, these fertilizers are very much important for the improvement of the productivity and quality of the crops. So sulfur management in balanced form of fertilizer use is a great challenge. It is not only for the research and development, fertilizer policy, quality and availability, and extension and promotion aspect. So we must have to go for the delineation as well as increase of the fertilizer use efficiency, and studies related to the soil, plant, human, and the making of the availability at the doorstep of the farmer is really great challenge for securing the food security. So far as conclusion is concerned, sulfur deficiency in crops and humans is really a global challenge. We must have to come up with this challenge with judicious applications of the sulfur fertilizations and making it in the form of NPKs at least, in the form of sustainable solution in this regard is the increased use of sulfur in balance as a balanced plant nutrition, and ensuring soil health, food and nutrient security is our prime importance for the teeming populations, and thanks for the organizers as well as thanks for the delegates for patient sharing. Thanks to all of you.
A lot of information you have given, but because of the short time, we cannot continue further. Sulfur is a global challenge again, you know. You also mentioned very important in India, you were telling 60%, including the latent deficiency, but as such, we report 40%, and particularly for the pulse and the oilseed crops, extremely important. That will limit the production. That is why perhaps one of the reasons of the oilseed production of the country, where we do not give much emphasis on the sulfur. Thank you very much for your excellent. The questions, if anyone having, please contact him directly. Thank you very much. Okay. Dr. Ghosh, please take your seat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now, our next presentation is Dr. P. Raja. Perhaps I do not see him here in the audience. In the delegates' seat, he is not there. And then Dr. Vijay Kumar Jadhav. Also, I do not see if you are here somewhere. Dr. Vijay Kumar Singh from IGFRI. No? And then now the last presentation, Dr. Biraj Bandhu Bashak. Dr. Prabhumik is there?
He is there.
Acha, but after Biraj Bandhu, he can give. After that, Dr. Biraj Bandhu Bashak, and your presentation, you are senior scientist at ICR, DMA, Directorate of Medicinal and Aromatic Plant Research, Anant, and the topic is silicate mineral powders for agricultural and environmental sustainability, a tropical perspective. Very, very important. You will be on the silicon. Silica is another important issue in the country. Lot of work is going on. So you will be giving in respect of the aromatic and medicinal plants. Welcome, and floor is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Okay, sir, I will be very brief. Respected Chairman, rapporteurs, and the galaxy of the scientists present here. Very good evening, all of you. So I will be talking little bit different, that is silicate mineral powder for agricultural and environmental sustainability in tropical, means tropical climatic condition. I will be covering the topics like why and how the silicate minerals are important in tropical environment in soil. Then what are the agronomic benefits still we have harnessed. Then what are the other benefits, means co-benefits of the silicate mineral application in tropical soil. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Then the enhanced weathering process through which carbon capture, then sequestration, the other benefits what we can harness, and same time the some concerns like potentially toxic heavy metal content in that mineral, with some case study, and then I'll be concluding the session whatever we know till now about this. So we already know that tropical soils have some properties like a very low cation content, low organic matter and clay content, with low CEC, and at the same time because of that very low use efficiency of the chemical fertilizer. So that is the main challenge of the tropical soil, and poor utilization efficiency of the synthetic fertilizer that again add burden to the farmers of this particular area. So we are trying to have some very local resource with very low environmental inputs so that we can address the issues. So it is a very dynamic diagram where we are trying to understand how the silicate minerals and their weathering process, enhanced weathering process, can capture carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, then provide the nutrient to plants, and then what are the possible soil environment, soil properties they can influence. So as a whole, we know that application of silicate minerals in agriculture may be influenced by some of the important factors which I have enlisted here, like the type of the mineral, rock mineral, then their application rate, then what are the particle size that plays very significant role, and then how much time we'll be providing after application, and definitely the crop plant species, crop species, because some crops are very exhaustive crops, some crops take very less nutrients, and then type of the soil. Where I am telling the tropical soil, why this tropical soil? Because they are already deficient with this kind of lot of cations, and then there is some possibility of the modification. How that modification of silicate minerals can enhance their efficiency, and definitely the influence of the climate. So this is the summarize the whatever the agronomic benefits of silicate minerals we have, from nutrient supplying to soil properties. If we see the diagram, you can see the most of the studies are those that are in green color, giving the significantly positive agronomic responses, and then another is that insignificant, means after application there is no changes in the yield or biomass yield, and last one is a significant negative effect. So from this diagram we can see there is very less number of the study which reported the significant negative effect. Most of the have given the positive effect either or maybe no effect. That is also depend upon the so many factors. So this is some case studies we are representing from Indian silicate minerals we have, and there if you see the potassium uptake and biomass yield, some of the silicate minerals like waste mica, we see their potassium uptake or potassium use efficiency almost at par with the MOP, the chemical fertilizer, soluble chemical fertilizer. And this, if you see the uptake also, so this is in a soil which is weathered soil. It is not particularly in a weathered soil, and where we have put a certain amount of the 60 kg in terms of the potassium. This is a 240 days study. And if we compare with our study with whatever the reported study in that agronomic efficiency, this also shows that use efficiency is increasing with the days of, if we expose the more days in experiment, so their efficiency is increasing. And this has also some of the important factor is the soil type. Mostly we conducted the experiment in the potassium deficient light texture soil. So that can be another, we can conclude from that some particular soil have the more responsive to this particular silicate minerals. Apart from the potassium, some of the micronutrient source, we have conducted some studies in silicate minerals, where we have found that if you see the uptake of the potassium along with silica and other micronutrients, so there is a significant increase in the micronutrient uptake with the application of this mineral. So it can be also a good source of the micronutrients and silica. So other co-benefits, what we are talking about only the agronomic benefits, but apart from the agronomic benefits, lot of other benefits we can also harness from these minerals. It enhance weathering process, it can capture the carbon dioxide, what we have proposed that mechanism through the equation, and also sequestrate some amount of carbon in the soil, and also act as a soil amendment. It has some liming potential also. I'll present in later slide. And it is also reported to reduce the insect pest attack and suppress wheat, increase, and definitely as a result of that increase the productivity, improve the quality of crop, and ultimately food security. So this is the enhanced weathering process, it is proposed. This also not well established or well versed, well studied, but it is proposed that through dissolution or weathering of the silicate minerals, they can capture the carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, where they have made this as a bicarbonates of that particular cation which is releasing from the silicate minerals, and it is remain in the soil. So in that way they can capture carbon dioxide. This is the studies, some of the studies reported, where you can see their carbon sequestration potential, which is ranging from very less 0.2, 0.3 ton carbon dioxide per hectare to it is from 39. So this is a wide range because type of soil, type of time given, and what are the crops used. So that may be that, but it shows that this mineral has the potential to sequester carbon. Same, I told that liming effect. Through dissolution process, they consume the hydrogen ion from the solutions. So it can be also used as a liming material, where we can say this has the releasing lot of cations, and these cations also participate in the total cation content and the cation exchange capacity of the soil. As I already told, these soil are, when tropical soils are deficient in cations. And same times they also reduce the nitrogenous gas emissions. I am not discussing very details their mechanism, but because one or two few studies are reported, even though they don't discuss much about how the whole process is going on or how they are achieving, but it is reported that the animal manures application, where the significant amount of ammonia volatilization occurred, or if you applying with the silicate minerals, there is a decrease because of they retain the ammonium ion, and which theoretically actually decrease the ammonia emission. So these are some studies what we proposed the hypothesis that it is conducted in the very incubation study in control condition, where 90-day study. If you see the pH of the medium, it is increasing with the application of SMPs, means silicate mineral powder. Different three, four type of silicate mineral was used, and one control where no silicate mineral was used, so it is increasing. Similarly, in case of soil, earlier it was an incubation study without soil. This is a soil study where we have seen it is a weathered soil, alphisol. We have conducted this experiment where you can see there is an application of waste mica and fleschfer. Although green sand also have the almost similar effect, but the intensity or the waste mica and fleschfer have the more effect. Okay, sir, I will be concluding. So this can be also used for increasing the as a lime material, what I already told, and increasing the CAC of the soil. I told some concern is because these are the co-benefits we are getting, but at the same time we have to see whether these silicate minerals have the heavy metal, toxic heavy metal content or not. Whatever the report we found, they reported the presence of, you can see the table where the presence of the, where tick mark is given, means they present this kind of toxic heavy metals. But if you see this study from that, this is very less as compared to the permissible limit, which is set by the Brazilian Ministry of Agriculture, because this country has thoroughly worked on this kind of material, and their government also came up with some limit. So that this kind of material should be below, silicate mineral should be below, suppose for in case of your lead, it should be 200 ppb less than. So this kind of, but whatever the reported silicate mineral we have seen, all are having very less amount. But this is not least because if we apply for long time, so there may be a increasing chances of increasing the concentration, but that we have to study. For that, long-term field experiment is required. And at the same time, they are addressing some of the sustainable development goal. I have enlisted three sustainable goals. They are directly associated with the sustainable development target, like ensuring sustainable food production by implementing resilient agricultural practices, use efficiency of natural resources. This we can consider one of the natural resources, and that can be increased. Recycling and reuse, because I told earlier that these are the material which is generally dumped during excavation or mining of the silicate, good quality silicate minerals they are producing as a byproduct. So we can recycle or reuse this material, and definitely climate change mitigation action, because this is also capturing the carbon dioxide concentrations. So this has the two sides actually, some possible beneficial side is also there, but same time at the some problematic sides also there, because pH is, because if we apply continuously with a high amount, 15 ton, 20 ton, so after a 20 years or 10 years, what will happen? Then definitely heavy metal content is one concern, and another is the cost of the mining, transport and application. That is also very important. That has to be taken, because maybe it is chiefly available, it doesn't cost right now because it is dumped near the mine site, but that cost has to be, we have to compare, and for transportation, whatever the carbon dioxide is releasing, that has to also taken into account during our carbon credit. So that is there, that is one issue is there. So is the last one, that is the co-application or modification approach. Still now some of the works are already been offered, where the silicate minerals are applied co-application with some of the organic amendments to increase their efficiency. Production of some of the enriched biochar mineral or enriched compost, which can be also very beneficial for tropical soil, because these soils are both deficient in cations as well as the organic carbon. So this kind of fusion, organo-mineral fusion, may be more effective than sole application of silicate minerals. So we can conclude that definitely this type of material has a very promising in the tropical environment, tropical soil, which is inherited by very low CEC, organic carbon, and a low pH, acidic pH range, where it can be a very good amendment. But whatever the data we have presented, very heterogeneous data we have, because some study is 60 days, some study 240 days, and different type of crops, because leguminous crops may have some effect which affecting, because the grass family, they are more exhaustive, so they may be more effective in that. So this kind of heterogeneity is there in this data. But if we go for the long-term field scale study with all the concern what we have pointed out, so definitely in future, if we strategically pinpoint that concern, and from that finding, we can say that it will be not only increase the sustainability of soil or improve the crop production, but it contribute various sustainable goals that I have mentioned, like climate change mitigation, consumption, responsible consumption and production. So that could be a very good candidate for the sustainable agriculture also. With this, I would like to thank ISCA, RTM University, and President of Agriculture and Forestry Section for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to present this. Thank you very much. And of course,
thank you, Doctor. A very, very important subject at the present time. Many of you may not be aware that is on the silicon, and he has used silicon minerals for different uses. He has shown it has got liming properties. It improves the cation exchange capacity. It's very, very important. It increases the production and capturing the carbon dioxide for carbon sequestration. So many facets of the silicon in the form of minerals, silicon minerals. He had tried, but I'm sure going in the field experiments, and then finally. But this is another area which has not taken much attention, but it is an emerging area. And Dr. N.V. Prakash, who is also working for a long time on silicon, perhaps they will be interacting and then make further program on this aspect. Very, very important. Thank you very much. An excellent presentation. I know many of you having many queries. Please consult with him. With this, please take your seat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And which is the last presentation in this session is by
Dr. Bhomik.
Dr. Bhomik. Okay. Dr. Bhomik will be presenting on the topic. He is Dr. P.K. Bhomik, senior scientist, ICR, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, New Delhi, and on the topic utilization of tropical japonica lines in rice improvement to create new plant types. Very, very important subject, and he will be talking to you on this topic, and the floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you so much. So as compared to other speaker, I am totally different in subject. So I hope you will enjoy my talk. So basically this study is how to utilize the tropical japonica genotypes in your breeding program. Although it looks very simple, but in rice breeding program, utilization of the tropical japonica in your when you crossed with indica is not so much easy task. So initially in this study we have near about 200 different tropical japonica genotypes. It's a worldwide collection, and it contributed by near about 40 different countries, and these genotype we have collected and we got through the International Rice Research Institute, and we have characterized and did all the diversity analysis, and we found it has the enormous diversity with all aspects in different traits. The interesting things when we have started interest in this aspect, that when we make a crosses between indica, we have taken 3 indica genotypes, and when we crossed with these random tropical japonica genotypes, that we found in the F1 there is a significant number of grain per spikelet. It was very high, and starting from we have found near about 400 grains per spikelet, and this is basically generally normal cultivated rice is less than 250 spikelets we found. So in that aspect we have designed our breeding program that why not we utilize this genotype, and we started our breeding program gradually. So what we found that during this process we have identified some very good progeny, near about 310 genotypes we have identified, and then because I am working on hybrid rice, so my intention was to know that what we identify some of the line which are restorer in nature, because you know in rice basically there are 2 different genes present in restoration of the fertility against the WH cytoplasm. One is RF3 and another is RF4. So based on the, because now these things are very easy, no need to do the test crossing, so you can identify based on linked marker. We have identified some significant portion of the line which are restored in nature. So this is the first time we have identified some line which are in tropical japonica background, but in an NPT background, and some lines are very good restorers. So this is one of the aspect of our program, that we can improve the parental line for hybrid breeding program. Another aspect obviously to develop the new plant type oriented genotypes, because in rice breeding program nowadays, although the new concept of new plant types is very old, but application is very not that much popular in India. Only CRRI Kotak has developed recently one variety which is in new plant type, and we already developed that variety in the new plant type background, because in hybrid rice the level of heterosis in rice is not very high, because rice is a self-pollinated crop, and getting heterosis is not very very high as compared to in cross-pollinated species like maize and etc. So that's why new plant type is another aspect to break the yield plateau in rice. So in that aspect we are working. So for the student, those who don't know what are the different new plant types, so these are the traits. So these characteristics already given, and Dr. Khus is working in already worked on new plant type. So these are the different traits. So any genotypes, if it is fulfill this type of traits, then we can say they are the new plant type. It is a basically engineered plant. So plants should have this many grains, this many tillers, and this many this type of flag leaves, all these things. So we in our breeding program we have found some plants which are exactly new plant type. So and because we have used the tropical japonica, and we crossed with indica, and you see these are the different lines what we have developed, and you can see the how much grain number per spikelet we have increased. So it is a tremendous. We have found some lines which having more than 600 grains. But although we have some limitation of this, so based on that, this is one of the achievement. We have developed a line which is exactly new plant types. All the traits, as I have mentioned my previous earlier slides, all the traits keeping in mind, we have developed a plan which is now this year we are going to release this genotype, that is Pusa 2070. The advantage is, you know, in particularly in Delhi and north the western plain, in northern part of India, the stubble burning is a problem. So we are eagerly waiting some replacement of Pusa 44. So this is one of the, now the replacement is ready, this Pusa 2070, which is very similar to Pusa 44, because here we have used Pusa 44 on the parent, and but the advantage is Pusa 44 takes more than 140 days, and it takes only 120 days. So it has the advantage, and also it helps in those potato growing belt in Punjab and this area. So it will be one of the replacement of Pusa 44. So this is one of the great achievement under this breeding program. So this is the, you see the plant, it's just like a mini sugarcane. It's a very strong stem, and also the grain number more than 300, and it's very good plant type architecture. In the field, if you can see, you can clearly distinguish the normal genotype and new plant type. So this is one of the, this is the field view. So last year we have tested in across the Delhi NCR region, and we have last 2 years, this year data I have not included. So it is consistently giving very good yield across the different location over the Pusa 44. So now this product is ready. From this breeding program, because we have found some segregant having a high grain number, so why not we do the mapping? So that's why we have used a line PR126, which having the very less grain number, and the contrasting parent from this breeding program, Tropical Japonica improvement, we have identified one line which having very good grain number. So in genetics, those who know that for mapping we need a contrasting parents. So that's why we have used one of the Tropical Japonica derived line and another indica line, and now we make a real population. For mapping you need a real population or any kind of mapping population, so we have used the real population. So this is also one of the lines from that breeding program. So when we have developed this breeding program, reels, then we found that reels not only segregating for the grain number, but also it is segregating for the flag leaf orientation, the flag leaf length, width, and also one of the interesting things that nobody has reported earlier that I am going to say, that is the sterile spikelet. And most of the soil scientists knows that sterile spikelet in rice may be due to the salinity. Or if it is salinity is more in the soil, so there is a chances of sterility in the spikelet. So this is the variant of the grain number. So what I say, sterile, this is the deformed spikelet. So this type of phenotypic expression may come due to the salinity in the soil. So initially we thought it's maybe due to the salinity in the soils, but when we tested these reels across different agroclimatic zone over the India, then we found it is no, it is a genetic in nature, although it is not due to the salinity of the soil. So based on that, now we are doing the mapping of this trait along with the grain number and other trait what I have mentioned. So this is the average performance in the reels, how it is vary. And based on this initial QTL mapping we have done, so we have found very interesting result. In chromosome number 6, we found particularly the grain number QTL is present, and for other traits, particularly for the this deformed spikelet, this is the all 3 years 3 locations data, and deformed spikelets also we found in chromosome number 3 that QTL is present. And along with that, we found a very significant correlation with grain number and the deformed spikelet. So that means there is another QTL for the grain number which also present in the chromosome number 3. So this is the findings from this breeding program in Tropical Japonica derived lines. Now, apart from that, I told initially that I am working on hybrid breeding. So, my intention always to identify some parental line, because in hybrid, you know, there is a, for those who are a little bit idea about the hybrid breeding program in rice, generally you need a two line. One is A line, another is restorer line and B line. So, always our intention is to improve the parental line. So, if you improve your parental line, naturally you will get the better heterosis. So, in that cases also in this breeding program, some lines we have identified, and those are very good in terms of combining ability, because if it is combining ability not good, you will not get the good heterosis also. So, based on that, we have identified few good restorer in tropical Japonica derived restorer, and those we have tested. This paper already we have published also in plant breeding, and we found very good heterosis. So, these are some promising heterosis in that combination. So, one of the line recently we have registered in the NBPGR as a genetic stock. So, this is the first time in tropical Japonica derived rice restorer developed from IRI. But the problem is, when we used for any Japonica derived lines in Indica breeding program, initially I say it is not easy. Why? Because you cannot directly cross Indica and Japonica, although they are from the same species, Rhiza sativa. Only two ecotypes are there, Japonica and Indica. But you cannot cross, always you will not get the successful cross, because there is a hybrid sterility always there. So, for that reason, we have initially screened entire our genotypes, entire our derived lines and genotypes for the S5 locus. S5 locus is present in chromosome number 6, interesting gene, that is a wide compatibility gene. So, any genotype irrespective of Indica or Japonica having wide compatibility genes, so they are basically fertile in nature. So, we have from this study we have identified that some genotypes carry the WC gene. So, those genotypes you can use as a bridging line, you can cross with any Indica or Japonica lines. So, that we have already developed. I am not going in details due to the paucity of time. So, based on that, so this program we have developed a fantastic line with the tropical Japonica. That line is ready to release. Secondly, we have identified some restorer which can be used for breeding program, because you know the heterosis between Indica Japonica much more compared to the Japonica or Indica. So, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Dr. Bhomik, excellent work you have done, and the country needs that kind of work which for the food as well as nutrition security of the country. Excellent work he has done. Let us give him a big hand.
Given excellent presentation on very relevant topics. I am not taking each topic because all those things have been written, and I will pass on to the President. But overall, on the natural resource management and all the, the crop improvement, a balanced kind of presentations in this session, because agriculture and forestry fields includes everything. So this each speaker made the excellent presentation, hearty contributions and compliments to each of you, and the very best wishes to further the work you are doing for the contribution to the national prosperity. So with this, I thank the President of this section for inviting me to chair as well as for the presentation I made very short time, and also the rapporteur, Dr. Somik Radas. Would like to speak anything? You can also tell a few words. Otherwise, let me conclude and make the things for the next session. Thank you very much, each of you.
Thank you very much. All these speakers have done excellently well. Nice presentations, and thanks to all the participants, especially the student participants, for very patient hearing. And thank you each and everyone, and especially the senior people who are sitting over here. Thank you so much. And of course, the session chairman and the sectional president. Thank you so much.
So, on behalf of the operating committee, this 108 Indian Science Congress, sectional president, I congratulate the chairperson and thank you for chairing the session nicely. And I also thanks Dr. Soumitra Das for acting as rapporteurs. And all the speakers, I thank all the speakers. They have presented very nicely their presentation. It was, as Dr. Patra told, that there was many questions, many people were thinking that they will ask, but because of the time, so we cannot ask the questions. So thank you all the speakers. And immediately after this, so we will start the next sessions, and that session will be chaired by Dr. Bhaskar, the director, NBSS LOP, Nagpur. Thank you.
So on behalf of Nagpur University, I would like to say thank by presenting a memento to Dr. A.K. Patra. I request Dr. Biswas to hand him over the memento. I also thank Dr. P.K. Bhaumik, Dr. Das. Dr. Das. And okay. Dr. B.B. Basak, P.K. Bhaumik. So once again, I thank all the speakers of this session.
So, dear delegates, without delaying our sessions, so I am requesting Dr. B.P. Bhaskar, sir, please come on the dais. And in this session, I request Dr. N.B. Prakash. Dr. N.B. Prakash is here. Please come on the dais as rapporteur. Okay. Yes, yes. No, if you are free, you can come. Because Dr. Tapan Adhikari is not here. Okay. So directly I am handing over this mic to Dr. Bhaskar. As one of the speaker last session, Dr. Pradeep Dey, he could not present because he was assigned by another exercise in that oral presentation. So he will be presenting here, and Dr. Bhaskar himself will be presenting. Dr. N.B. Prakash, Dr. Tapan Adhikari is missing. Then I am giving Dr. Krishnendu Das, Dr. Rathod, then Miss Gayatri Singhal. So these are the, yes, so you are the representation. Okay, thank you. What is your name? Please.
Sir, this session we are going to start and it is a very important session. We are having almost 6 to 7 papers that are mainly focusing on land resource database for agricultural planning. And before starting this session, I request Ryan Pereira to have his presentation on the Indian Program Manager, United States, India Educational Foundation, Fulbright Commission in India, New Delhi. So I think this lecture is very important to the postgraduate students and also PhD students who wants to avail this Fulbright fellowships. All these details he is going to explain to the students. It is very, very important. Please, I will request our speaker to come to the dais and make this Fulbright fellowship details to the students.
You should have done when he told that he will present.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving us this opportunity. My name is Ryan Pereira. I'm with the Fulbright Commission in India. I'm going to talk just for 5 minutes about the Fulbright fellowships and how both students and the faculty can utilize it to get some exposure in the United States. So the Fulbright fellowships was started in 1946 with the US Fulbright Senator, J.W. Fulbright. And currently, we've given over 21,000 scholarships to Indians and US students to come to India and to go to the US. The Indian program is one of the largest Fulbright programs in the world, and this program operates in 160 countries. So there are two main types of grants. We have the Fulbright Nehru and Fulbright Kalam grants. These grants are funded by both the Indian government and the US government. And the other, Hubert Humphreys in the yellow, those are funded by the US government alone. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the Fulbright Nehru and Fulbright Kalam grants. So the Fulbright Nehru Masters Fellowship, this is for just 11 fields are there. But the caveat for this is we need 3 years work experience. But this fellowship gives $80,000 as a scholarship. For the doctoral, postdoctoral and faculty, there are more fields available, including agricultural sciences right on top. And it's really, really important to both the US and to India that we promote agricultural sciences. So for the doctoral fellowships, you need to be registered for your PhD at an Indian institute. And if you are registered, then you can apply for the Fulbright fellowship, doctoral fellowship, go to the US for 6 to 9 months if selected, and come back and complete your PhD from India, from an Indian institute. For the postdoctoral fellowship, if you've obtained your PhD within the last 4 years, then you're eligible to apply for this fellowship. Here you can go to the US for anywhere between 8 months to 2 years. And for the faculty, we have the Fulbright Nehru Academic and Professional Excellence Fellowship. With this fellowship, you can go to the US for anywhere from 4 months to 9 months. And for the faculty, you have the option of going for research, teaching, or a combination of research and teaching. And this is also agriculture, and climate has an important aspect in agriculture. So we have the Fulbright Kalam fellowships, again for the doctoral, postdoctoral, and academic and faculty level. I'm not going to talk about that, not about that. And for all the senior scientists here, we have a very special program called the Fulbright Nehru International Education Administrator Seminar. So this is meant for those in leadership positions at their institutions who are interested in starting collaborations between your institution and a US institution. So you all can apply for this. If you are selected, you all go to the US for 2 weeks, meet with 8 to 10 US universities, have discussions about collaborations, and then come back and maybe invite a US scholar here to see your institution. The Hubert Humphreys is the only scholarship that I'm going to talk about that's fully funded by the US government. This is meant for, again, agriculture is very, very important, and rural development. It's meant for people who are going to make an impact in India. So if you have that drive to do something for India, then you're eligible to apply for the Hubert Humphrey Fellowship. This is the non-degree fellowship. So what do the grants involve? you'll get the monthly stipend, you'll get the full round trip ticket, you'll get all your allowances at the US university, and we'll also provide you with health insurance as per the US government standards. So it's a fully funded fellowship, but you have to put in the effort to have a very good proposal. And as I'll show you all, it is a very competitive fellowship, so you need to put in the effort to get in a good proposal. So currently we have our Indians in 27 different states in the US, and these are the statistics. Last year we got 2,000 applications and we gave 138 awards. So about 7% of all the applicants get this award. One thing that's very important to us is, and both the Indian and the US government, is we want to give women an equal opportunity. So we try to give about 50% of the scholarships to women. So last year we had 46. But just because they're women doesn't mean they're going to get the awards. It still is based on merit. So we had very strong women applicants last year. Okay. So this is the website, usief.org.in, and that's the email address. We're going to announce the awards, the next cycle, on February 2nd this year. The application deadlines will start around May 15th. So all the instructions, all the application is done online. If you all have any questions, please write to the ip@usief.org.in. So once again, I thank the chair of the session for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. And I wish you all the best.
Your in detail fellowship program that is very much useful for PhD, the postdoctoral, and also for postgraduate students who wants to avail this fellowship to pursue the higher education in very good universities of USA. And in a short time you have given very nicely, you have covered it. And then I am very much thankful. You have stick to time. And our next speaker is our Desa. Yes, sir, please, you are invited to deliver your talk on the topic entitled, what is this topic? Soil and crop management through soil testing, crop response based fertilizer prescription equations. So it is very important even for soil survey organizations how to go ahead with these equations in our land use exercises, sir. So now the dais is open for you. Sir, you stick to time. 10 give 15 minutes. You will be gone 15 minutes.
It's fine.
So that.
I'll go a bit fast because time is really limited, and this is the soil test crop response work that we are doing under different agroecologies, shown over in this particular this map. So mainly we dwell with soil test crop response approach, universal extractant, evaluation of fertilizers for efficiency, and then recommendation based for different agroecologies. So we basically try to make synergy between complex system interaction, then focus on total cropping system approach as well as under different agroecological perspective. That means under different agroecological sub-region basis, this has to be applied. And then this strategy of different crop rotation and other thing with the soil health, it is linked for sustainability as well as improvement in livelihood. That means it is in one side, different strategies, whatever we have, that we can take together and then link with soil health so that we can achieve the sustainability as well as profitability and to a broader extent maybe livelihood approach. So this type of equation you will find in literature. Here T means actually target that is set. Target set based on the farmer's resource endowment capacity, their resource investment capacity, how much resource they can invest. And then SN, SP and SK, these three are soil, nitrogen, phosphorus and potash availability. ON, OP and OK are whatever the resource that we are applying through organic sources, particularly FIM or vermicompost, all those things. So this equation gives how much fertilizer, nitrogen, phosphorus and potash is required for a particular yield target, and this soil nitrogen availability with the coefficient that is multiplied, that is subtracted, because that part will be available from the soil and this part will be available from the nutrient. Rest amount is required to be replenished from the fertilizer. Also we are doing this type of cropping system approach where post-harvest nitrogen, phosphorus and potash that can be simulated. Whatever that will be available after a cropping system. Say before we take a system, say rice wheat cropping system. So before rice, how much soil nitrogen was actually available, that we take, that is soil nitrogen, soil phosphorus and soil potash before sowing of rice, that is taken. Then whatever fertilizer, nitrogen, phosphorus and potash that is applied in the rice, during the rice, and whatever yield that we got, that is put over here. If we put in this equation, then you get post-harvest nitrogen, phosphorus and potash availability of that particular crop. Means that is the post-harvest availability of nutrient in the soil without doing the soil test. So we can do away with the soil test after each crop. So through this prediction equation, the requirement of chemicals as well as requirement of say laboratory chemicals and time can be saved. So we can predict what will be the soil available nitrogen, phosphorus and potash after rice and before sowing of wheat, and that can be used for application in wheat. And all these things are, we do lot of FLDs because our procedure is first development of equation, then testing in under field means under on-farm condition, and then through FLDs under farmer's field, that is released. And out of total 10,000 FLDs that was conducted in different time interval, the pool data of rice, wheat, maize, all these things are given here. How much we can increase, this is the response ratio. Response ratio means how much response of yield you would get per unit application of NPK extra. That means if you increase 1 kg extra NPK, how much extra grain yield that is expected. That from the progressive farmer field to STCR IPNS approach, that can also be enhanced. This is one graph showing for 10 years continuously from different 132 FLDs on soybean under different year in black soil region, central India, that was pulled together, and their sustainable yield index was developed. And you can see that yield index, there is a difference, sometimes it is narrower, sometimes it is wider, but always STCR based sustainable yield index is higher. Wherever there is a drought year or there is a other stress is there, then these differences are less. Otherwise differences are more, but in any case it is better in STCR based approach of sustainable yield index. And this subsequently some slide will be showing our centers where it is located. These are actually pink I have given for the center which is voluntary center, and these are the main center for Himachal Pradesh or this Uttaranchal. So this is the percentage yield increase over GRD and over farmer practice that was done under different crop. This is for zone 2, this is for zone 3, then similarly for zone 4, these are our center and different out of different crop. You can see for the range of crop there is yield increment is possible. This is for zone 7, 8 and then 9 10. Just I am going quickly just to show that even under extreme condition like our Bikaner center is there in western Rajasthan, there also yield increase is possible and other soil properties that will show later. This is one set of 66 crop and yield target. That is a huge number because if you take 3 yield target and 66 crop and different situation pulled together, and that huge number when pulled together, BCR, that is benefit cost ratio 1 to 2 in 35% cases, that is about 1/3, and BCR ratio 2.1 to 3 in 62% and more than 3 in 3%. If you pull these two together, that is about 2/3, 65% cases, about 2/3 more than 2 BCR is possible. And in 1/3 it is 1 and 2, it rests within. So we infer that in 2/3 cases, STCR can itself serve as a technology to increase the yield and benefit cost ratio to more than 2. But for other 1/3 cases, it can be used as a supporting technology with other technology. This is also some long-term STCR experiments are conducted, and this is from semi-arid region. HISA center we did it, wheat pearl millet sequence, and this is how the organic carbon that is changed over time under different target, yield target, that is either STCR IPNS based or simple STCR without any organic. In both cases, we have seen that organic carbon can be increased. Then similarly, water stable aggregate and mean weight diameter, these physical properties can also be enhanced, and there are some other physical properties like hydraulic conductivity can be increased. So not only chemical properties of the soil, but physical and biological properties can also be increased. To some extent, we are reaching to grassroots through TSP and SCSP program, and throughout India in different places like Nagar. I have visited some of the places personally also, Keonjhar, very remote places. Even then farmers are getting, with little hand holding, they are achieving, they can achieve the yield target within plus minus 10% of whatever the target is set. That is possible. So ecosystem services, you know that a lot of talks are there with ecosystem services nowadays. To some extent, we can, that provisioning of food feed fiber, then controlling through carbon sequestration, support service through nutrient cycling, and cultural aspect. Particularly, we have seen through TSP, tribal subplan, now it is called scheduled tribe component of STCR, that we have seen that tribal farmers, they stay back their own villages, they don't migrate to the nearby bricklane or cities, and in that way, they can invest their time in pottery and art of their own, and they can invest in their own culture. So that is possible. So all the 4 arms of ecosystem services to some extent can be addressed by this process. Also through in the contributing to Skill India mission, we have contributed large number of capacity building for the farmer as well as state soil testing laboratories also of different states, and different demonstration we have conducted. Another thing we are doing GPS GIS based soil fertility mapping, and Dr. Reddy was presenting in the oral session in Bhumi portal. We have also transferred the data, our data, and that was to NBSS and LUP. They have integrated, and 173 agriculturally important district we have completed already. And this main importance is we can take the this corrective measure based on our whether soil is aggregating, sustaining or degrading, because these are GPS based. We can go back to the original site, see their status, whether it is sustaining, aggregating or degrading, and based on that you can decide on the alternative measures to check the degradation or to sustain the yield level. And this time, when you superimpose of different fertility level, we can have this type of clustering of, this is from Bikaner district. So this same color actually response will be almost same. So these actually act as precursor for development of customized fertilizer. And from our colony center, we have seen that customized fertilizer practice vis-a-vis conventional practice, we can increase the yield level as well as partial factor productivity of fertilizer. And this was from 2 consultancy projects with Indogulf and with Nagarjuna Chemicals and Fertilizers Limited, Hyderabad. 7 customized fertilizer with NFCL, and with Indogulf 8 customized fertilizer of different crop that was done with consultancy project, and with minor modification they could come out with customized grade which was included in FCO also. Also we are doing some decision support system. This particular slide you all are aware, I think, and here it is clearly acknowledged STCR based this formula that was included in soil health card scheme. We have a dedicated CD based system in TNAU, Decipher. Then we have this Krishi Ganaka. This one is from Karnataka. And then we have another one just recently we could did fertilizer calculator that is on sugar cane. This was already released in our this Google app, Google Play Store. And in Kiran also STCR has been included in Northeastern Hill Region, that is portal, government portal for Northeastern Hill Region. And also we have dedicated online system developed by our US this US Bangalore, that is for Tumkur district. And now 10 district, Dr. Pokas is very much aware, that is being replicated actually. So these are some vernacular language we are also doing literature, and very rare language like Sadri and other, that is also published as literature given to the State Department. New initiative number 1 is soil test protocol for organic farming. For organic farming, main problem is phosphorus estimation, because locking of phosphorus is there and it shows lot of phosphorus availability, although it may not be available and crop response is not there. So we did one extractant, that is phosphate buffer derived extractant, that is actually now simulating better than Olsen extractant in particularly highly organic applied field condition. Next one is STCR vis-a-vis soil quality index. This type of soil quality index we have developed, and then we have seen that under STCR based approach we can actually maintain the soil quality in a very even highly exhaustive type of cropping system like rice, lentil, jute, and a whole long-term cropping system. In that also we can maintain the soil quality index value. Third one that is new initiative is LEAP nitrogen indicator with yield targeting. Here actually it is a kind of reverse engineering. Whatever say CM1000 LEAP counting, that reading is there, that is back calculated, back correlated with the under different critical stages with LEAP nitrogen content, and you can get the SPAD meter without having SPAD meter. You can get the benefit of SPAD meter by using this type of equation. So everybody cannot have SPAD meter, so but they can just by simply LEAP analysis they can get benefit of SPAD meter reading by using this type of equation. So that is that also we could did. Fourth one is coupling STCR with drip fertigation and machine learning. This is for the first time in the STCR, drip fertigation was included along with machine learning, and we have seen that this moisture component, when actually integrated with STCR, there is a kind of vagueness in estimation, but we could alleviate that by applying some machine learning approach. Of course it is under preliminary stage, but we could did that and we could alleviate that particularly vagueness of STCR approach by application of machine learning. So this is the equation through machine learning and through multilinear regression and when we do through machine learning, we could get better approach through machine learning. This was what I was telling, that fuzzy regression, when we apply it, then we could simulate or we could predict better than multilinear regression that was earlier followed. And we could alleviate the vagueness of estimation. Fifth one is STCR patent and copyright. For the first time, STCR patent of one, it is very low cost kit. Particularly this kit was actually patented because of its handheld shaker. That strike rate and all we could calibrated very nicely, and now just by smooth a round shape, if you give some motion, you can have a very good shaking. So that is one of the main this you can say novelty of this particular, and then we can go for your this soil quality testing. And then one copyright also we could get for FCB tobacco. This is actually a co-opted center, that Central Tobacco Research Institute. They could develop this STCR equation with our handholding, and ultimately that software was developed, taken up by the tobacco board, and then that software was also copyright we could get. Just to show you that it is not only STCR, through STCR, if you do it, the possibilities are there that you can also divulge or you can also get many other things with this particular approach. It is not only single just recommendation, but through app, through software, through patent. Patent is also possible, and it was done also. So these are our former project coordinators and former center in charges, and these are our center in charges of 25 centers across India with whom we are doing, and for actually I am presenting mainly on behalf of them, and it is the data that is totally collected from all the centers and working for the farmers, for particularly TSP, tribal farmers under different locations of India, and some of their photographs are here, but many are not here. For that I beg excuse. And with this, I think, thank you very much. Thank you, Warner.
It is a very interesting lecture you have given on soil test, and you have given the stepwise how you have arrived up to the WhatsApp level, the information that can go directly to the farmer, and then he can easily work out at the field level this soil test and crop response for different crop varieties, and also the zonal concept you have taken out very well, and it is very informative and very useful to the farmers, and we are very much thankful to have you today with us. And then you have given a very broad view on this soil test and crop response. So if any questions are there, the audience, they are free to ask. Yes, sir.
Few slides. I saw few slides, but I have one basic question. In STCR equations, the three linear equations, for all of them, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur, you have one inherent contribution from the soil, the available pool multiplied by an appropriate coefficient for a targeted yield of any crop or cropping sequences also, different crops. My question is that implies that you are encouraging, your crop is doing, is removing a nutrient, some amount of nutrient from the available pool of that particular nutrient, be it nitrogen or phosphorus or potassium. But if the crop residues are removed from the field or they're burned, crop residues are removed because they have got competitive uses as fodder as well as fuel, particularly in the rural households. So how do you propose to return the nutrient that you have mined from the soil by different crops? Otherwise, if the nutrient mining goes on continuously, and since you are concerned with soil health, the soil health will deteriorate in the ultimate state, and their sustainable development goals will be affected. Thank you.
As you told rightly,
very short.
It is for my understanding also of STCR, IPNS, carbon sequestration, other thing, and sustainability index and soil quality index also. So it is sequestering. Can you give some idea in STCR, IPNS based in different agricultural system, rice-based system or cereal-based system, what is the annual rate of carbon sequestration in different rice-based systems in different agricultural region, annual rate of sequestration?
Told that is, I will take sequentially. I will take.
Just to fulfill
I am
my
take
idea.
first sir's answer and then. So as sir has told, it is correct that if we don't address the mining, then after some time, of course, it will be, it may be cultivable, but we will be only with 1 ton approach, that is 1 ton agriculture, that is called just sowing and harvesting. But the thing is, to some extent, sir, my belief is, of course, you are better judge, we have to allow some mining, but that percentage may be what percentage we can allow. Yeah, that's what I am telling. That percentage, how much will be that percentage, that will depend on soil, state of soil, state of and exhaustive cropping system that we are following. So it will not be single point, but maybe we can go for, say, sometimes 20%, sometimes 30%, but some mining will be there, and we have to allow some mining. But naturally, 100% mining will be very dangerous, and that has to be considered. Yes. Many factors, maybe many factors. But also we are increasing yields, sir. Sometimes we are not, with more and more, that is true. But sometimes we are not talking about the yield increase, only we are talking about the fertilizer increase. That has to be taken in together, that is only. And regarding Dr. Ghose's point, that carbon sequestration, as you are telling, before addressing carbon sequestration, we must understand that carbon saturation potential is different for different soil. So for black soil, carbon sequestration we can achieve, target up to 1.5. But for alpha soil, we cannot target 1.5. We may maximum target 0.8, not even 0.8, 0.7. So carbon sequestration targeting or carbon sequestration, how much can be there or how much we should target, that will only depend on carbon saturation potential of that soil. Because it is not just a function of dumping carbon and increasing carbon rate, it is not there. It will end up in the environment if the saturation potential is low, like alpha soil. But for black soil, like Bhopal or Jabalpur, we can target up to 1.5%, say, on the first instance. Not annual rate, total target. Say long term, we usually tell long term. Okay.
Yeah. This STR, this water technology improves on the STCR technology. You have shown so many crops yield have been increased. Now, in the case of legumes, generally yield is less compared to cereals. Now, is it possible to apply this one on a larger scale so that the yield can be increased to a higher extent, people can get the benefit of this STCR technology, what you have developed something? Can you think, because application and available to the common man, farmers is much important. You have shown so many yield is very good, yield is there. In the case of legumes, if you happen to increase, that is a boon to the farmers. Think about this one on a larger scale.
Legume STCR equation for nitrogen, it is not there. We just apply 20 kg nitrogen only because just as a booster dose or say initial dose, and then we allow for nitrogen fixation mainly. But for phosphorus, definitely it is very important, phosphorus, and to some extent potash. But nitrogen, it is usually it is.
Sir, please discuss afterwards.
Okay.
Dr. Pradeep Dev, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So, I am interfering because we have to complete.
So we can discuss afterwards.
Dr. Bhaskar, sir.
Yeah. So now it is my lecture. Come and open that file. So in brief, I can start my lecture is on geo-environmental suitability assessment for agricultural land use. This is the topic generally we will prefer in our presentations in conferences that these are all natural resource inventory programs, how we are going to take up, and what is the advantage when we see the soil under its natural landscapes. And I will try to stick to the time and then I will finish it off. And here, this is the topic. These two objectives is how we have to look into the natural landscapes in different agroecological regions of India. For this exercise, I have taken 3 agroecological regions which are very sensitive to the drought, and the farmers' suicides are very high because of crop loss. In 2 agroecological regions, and in one you have a flash floods, and this is a major cause for loss of human property and also the agricultural landscapes. So coming to the approaches, it is a very systematically we are stratifying the landforms, the land facets, and then we are going for the pedological investigations and interpreting for various agricultural land use purposes. So this is the schematic workflow we are going to adopt in our programs. And geo-environmental assessment, we are looking into the diversity of the landscapes that can be mixed up with the climate analysis, and then we can adopt the internationally well-suited procedures for land evaluation. So this is how the case study 1, we are going to see the pedo-ecological approach, how we are going to look into the area and productivity of a dominant crop in that particular agroecological region. So this particular part of study area, due to mining activities, there is a increase of mean air temperature. That is the second slide that shows a gradual increase because the much of area people are going for mining. Because of that, the air temperature, it is increasing. Yeah, if you see the per capita availability of net zone area with respect to the population, all our agricultural landscapes are already under tremendous pressure. It is already, we are getting 0.68 hectares of land per head. You have to fulfill all your human needs within that particular area. So the land pressure is so much, so we have to be carefully maintain our land resources. And when you do the climatic analysis, you will see the northeast monsoon that will contribute more than 54% of rainfall in this particular part of the country. So these are the geo-heritage sites that we have to protect it. In addition to agriculture, when you are going for doubling farm income and you want to push your agro-technologies, these are the landscapes where you have to push up your technologies. So this area is having a geological heaven. We will say all types of rocks, you can get it, and geologically it is very sensitive area. And wherein the rainfall pattern says the landscapes are not suitable for banana cultivation, but people will go for banana. So you see the landscapes where on the hilltops people are growing banana under drip irrigation. So this is all very important. Even the salt affected soils, people are growing for banana. These are the realities. So these are the general soil landscapes. We can see up to the 2 meters when you dug it, still it is having the relic features of the paleoclimatic signatures. You can easily, clearly see it. Yeah, these kind of soil bodies generally we can see on these particular terrains, and these soil studies we will do it, and we will generate the soil maps, and we are estimating the soil organic and inorganic proportions, how it is distributed in the profiles, and we will see that the aridity increases, the calcium carbonate concretions that is increasing. This generally we are accepting, and then the organic carbon to inorganic carbon proportions that will give an idea for you what is happening to carbon systems in the soils. So comes to the suitability assessment when we make it, and when we collect the agroeconomic data sets at the farm level, the net returns are only economically beneficial for 6 to 8 units. Yes, the second, this is how we are going to build up a framework in the land evaluation programs, and they are linking up with the geodiversity. Geodiversity, we are taking the lithology, the age of geological formation, the geomorphological features, in that erosional and depositional forms, and then pedodiversity, wherein the roughness of land surfaces, we are going to work it out with the percent of slope of landform segments. So all these things, which you link it up, you are going to see that what is your upland agricultural strategy and lowland agricultural practices for economically viable crops in that particular region. The second is Yavatmal is known for farmer suicides, especially for cotton production trends. So these are the areas that will fluctuate between soybean and cotton in this particular district is 20,000 to 40,000 hectares. There is a crop shift with the arrival of delay in arrival of the monsoon rains. Yeah. So this is the fiber to food. The competition is very high. How you have to manipulate your land use allocation, how much land you can allocate for fiber and food crops. This is the scenario when you put it under tehsil level. Yeah, these are the landscapes, how we are managing. The first one is Vani Valley, which is a coal mining site, and almost the landscapes are fully eroded and severely affected with the salt. So these are the soil maps we are generating, and then putting the same. It is only 22% of area is suitable for cotton. If you see the biophysical parameters, but we are putting 40, almost doubling the area under cotton with a low productivity. Yeah, this is another interesting site of our Indian continent. These are all the Brahmaputra Valley. We know the sediment stratification within the profiles. That is very dominant feature. and the soil profiles are very light in texture, and the soil stratified layers with distinct morphological features. These are all common features what we can see in that particular island. You can see the soil bodies are like this. These are the soils you have to manage in this island for rice-based cropping systems. So if you see the panel diagram of entire island, so this is how from east to west the sediment stratification that is occurring. Yeah, this is the land use plan for Masuli. We have recommended only the 32% of area. You can put it for Rabi crop, considering the potato and cabbage, whereas the rest of the area, it is only for 20% you can allot for rice, as towards the 7,000 hectares only cultivated as on today in this particular island. So this is how we have to link it up with the units we are defining, and you have to give a structure to your land resource data linked with the land use programs. Yeah. So the conclusions are the virtual realities that are persist in the nature, the way you are seeing an object, the way you are perceiving the images of these bodies in your mind, that determines how you are going to protect and conserve your ecology. That is the message of this exercise. So I finished it. I think I...
Thank you for completing. So only one or two questions for him.
Any questions you are asking?
Okay.
Because the
Okay.
biodiversity, what we are doing is the abiotic components we are listing out, and the abiotic subunits, components. So these sub-components we are delineating using our images, so that you know what are the permutations and combinations upon which these abiotic components are repeatedly occurring in the agricultural landscapes. So based on that, we are building biodiversity assessments.
Thank you,
So
sir.
accordingly, we have to go for developing this framework.
Thank you, sir. So, Dr. L.B. Prakash.
Everyone. First of all, I need to thank Dr. Biswas for inviting me to give a talk on the eve of the third day of Monarchy Indian Science Congress. The chairman and all my scientist colleagues. First of all, two presentations were made just 2 hours ago on some aspects on silicon. Maybe my presentation is almost in relation to that, but only with a link to residue recycling aspects. With this intensive agriculture with a lot of inputs, what is actually been happening, we always need to give special emphasis on soil health, food quality and home health, where the recycling of the crop residues and appropriate amount of fertilizer do play a major role. Most of the time we always give special emphasis on major nutrients, but in my presentation it is almost linking to silica, one of the beneficial elements what we call it as, where I just would like to throw some of the lines where exactly crop residue recycling is happening in linking with silica, thereby the crop growth and yield is actually being improved. We all know it very well. The crop residues are increasing at this moment, day by day, year after year, with large amount of food grain being produced. So at this moment, we have almost 515 or 517 million tons per year annually being produced, out of which 160 or 170 million tons. So 116 million tons is actually been the bird that is actually being known as a loss. So the major reason for burning of these residues without being recycling is the scarcity of labor, as you all know it very well. Farm mechanization, which is actually been happening with combined harvesters coming into picture for most of the crops, and short time gap, so which is normally happening for rice and wheat cultivation, and lack of acceptance as fodder. The way the silica content is high, which I would like to take it as today's presentation. So looking into North India and South Indian concept, how much of plant residues are being produced? So very high amount in North India because it is the bread basket of India. Large food grains are being produced. In a way, almost 363 million tons are being produced considering all these crops. So cereal crops always dominate, which accounts to almost 63%, followed by sugar cane, almost 20.43%, and fiber crops to 11%. So the large amount of residues have been burned considering the cereal crops, which accounts to Punjab, Uttar Pradesh, and Haryana. And sugarcane is also accountable to the state of UP, and in southern states are also being burned its plant residues. That we should say in Karnataka, Andhra, and Tamil Nadu is not uncommon. Looking into the annual grass crop, with regard to the residues being produced and surplus which is available, what exactly to be made still is not been clear, which accounts to cereals again, and again the sugarcane and oilseed crops and fiber crops, but surplus is with regard to the cereals and the sugarcane crop. So, lot of amount of these crops, when one crop residues, once it is burned, it is mainly affecting the environment, emitting greenhouse gases, NOx, and of course, it targets to a greater extent the human health also. That we should say particulate matter is also adding to the air environment, greenhouse gases are plenty, and of course, harmful gases are also being produced, and the crops which are mainly responsible due to burning are rice and wheat, none other than these two, which is normally dominant in North Indian plants. When once it is burned, not only the carbon which is present in it is lost, almost 80 to 90% of nitrogen is lost, 25% of phosphorus is lost, 20% of potassium is lost, and 50% of sulfur is also lost. So if you see the statistics here, so almost 0.7 to 0.8 billion tons of major nutrients are lost annually with the burning of plant residues. With this in view, how best we can recycle it back to the soil, in what mechanism it can be done is my presentation. Wherein these crop residues, if we classify based on their silica content, three categories, as highest silica recovery, intermediate silica recovery, and lowest silica recovery. These plants are also being called as silicon accumulator plant, where rice dominates to a great extent. Almost all parts of plant is mainly with silicon dominant. And if you see rice with 4.2% of silicon, sugarcane with 1.51 and wheat with 2.5%. These are the 10 most dominant crops in India, and based on their silica content have been arranged with regard to its production and productivity. And these three crops whose residues can be recycled by considering silica content also. So, looking into the rice residues as such, it contains 40% of carbon and 4 to 7% of silica, and you see extractable biosilicon is almost 4.3%. And if just would like to give you the acknowledge the importance of 1 ton rice straw, if it is burned or if it is grown, so how much nutrient it is getting harvested. So 1 ton of rice straw can take away 5 to 8 kgs of nitrogen, 1.6 to 2.7 kgs of phosphorus, 14 to 20 kgs of potassium, and 1 kg of sulfur, 40 to 70 kg of silicon. Unless it is recycled back every year, we are not at all replenishing the large silicon. This is most important aspect, and that is the reason why most of the rice belt is getting desilicated. There is no external supplementation of silicon, but need to be recycled in this sense. So today's presentation is almost relating to natural resource management, various technology innovations. So recycling of these crop residues is very important for sustainable agriculture, considering the view of food and nutrient security as such. So three aspects, that is the environment, society, economy are being involved in the sustainable agricultural part. And while recycling crop residues, the three mechanisms by which we can do is either by composting or by producing biochar or by mechanization. There are some implications in each of them, but my presentation again revolving around biochar. So if you burn these crop residues, most of the aspects which is lost to the atmosphere as the greenhouse gases, that is mainly the environmental hazard, nutrients are also lost. If it is pyrolyzed, the obtained biochar can be a substitute for some of the nutrients. No doubt, it can mitigate the climate change, and also soil fertility enhancement can able to happen, besides sequestering this carbon. And if you see the phytogenic silicon content in the crop residues with all these major silicon accumulator plants, rice straw is almost 39%, followed by wheat straw. When once the feedstocks are being converted as their respective biochars, the quantum is different. 48% of rice straw is actually accumulating silica, and next crop is none other than the sugarcane.
That is 22.7%. Why not we recycle it back by producing the biochar is the major concern. This particular picture shows you the feedstock of respective materials and their biochar. See, rice husk, straw, maize straw, sugarcane residue, wheat straw, all these contain certain amount of silicon. When once they made as biochar, they have almost 2.4 to 4.5 times higher amount of silica which is accumulating. That is plant available silicon, biogenic silicon which we call it as. When once we conduct this experiment in terms of application of rice as biochar or wheat straw biochar, the crop growth is also increased and silicon content is also increased, which is in proportion and attributing for growth and development of the plants. And if you see the crop residues, when it is pyrolyzed, added back to the soil, so either as three different forms of silicon as lithogenic silicates, pedogenic silicates, and aluminum oxides or iron oxides, which can all link with the dissolved silicon, which is plant available pool, that is silicic acid taken up by the plants. Of course, this biochar can also supplement and effectively act as CEC nutrient source and the pH modulator too. And as I said before, the burning of crop residues can release 70% of carbon as carbon dioxide, 7% of carbon monoxide, 0.66% of methane, and almost nitrogen loss is very high, and P as phosphine. And how about the carbon sequestration? That is, rice residues can be almost 50% carbon can be restored, and it is really, really useful in that sense. There are 2-3 illustrations wherein the use of wheat biochar and rice biochar in two different soils with regard to the carbon mineralization aspect. So with the incremental addition of the biochar and together with fertilizer, there is increase in the carbon mineralization within the a shortest period time of 2 days. Later it got decreased in both the soils and irrespective of the biochar which is concerned. And there is carbon sequestration can also be happening. But most of the time, the rice husk is the major accumulator of silicon, almost 8 to 12%. When once it is burned as or pyrolyzed, the obtained material can be called as riceal biochar, rice's biochar, carbonized rice husk. The disposal was a problem in the earlier days in South India. Now, because of its importance, farmers are buying it from different places and then started already applying it. and its importance are very well visible in the application of the rice farming also. So under such circumstances, we did study in comparison with two other sources of silicon materials, calcium silicate and diatomaceous earth, with the application of 250 and 500 kg of silicon per hectare, and rice husk biochar also performed very well in increasing the crop growth and development, and straw dry weight and grain dry weight also increased with the application of rice as biochar. And similarly, straw silicon and grain silicon and its respective uptake was also high with the application of rice as biochar. And here is a long-term experimental plot. I can say here in this slide, I'm presenting only 3 seasons data without the silicon source and with silicon source when a rice husk biochar was applied at the rate of 2 tons per hectare, and increased yield was noticed. No doubt, silicon content and uptake was also higher, and we have at this moment in one of the zonal agriculture research station, 8th season crop is running and the results are highly promising. And another important work with the modified rice husk, that is acidulated, and the nano silicon which was obtained from rice husk was also tested in combination with phosphorus addition. So higher addition of phosphorus can decrease the silicon availability, but when they used nano silicon together with phosphorus, the increase in the silicon content, phosphorus uptake and phosphorus usage efficiency was also noticed. Looking into the importance of all these aspects, there is a lot of scope for the application of the rice as biochar or any biochar which is containing higher amount of silicon too. Another important aspect is its role as the complex formation of aluminum dominant soils, that is in acid soils, there is complex formation of aluminum with with silicon materials or other. So the maybe as complexation or ion exchange mechanism or co-precipitation mechanism, and the results are highly promising in the acid soils too. So with regard to the low or high silicon content in the soils, the response of addition of the biochar with high amount of silicon containing or low amount of silicon containing also plays a major role with regard to the silicon cycling in biochar plant soil system. So here is a soil with high silicon content, soil with low silicon content, and of course the external supplementation of carbon biochar with a high amount of silicon do play a major role, of course, in achieving higher growth and development, and no doubt silicon content and its uptake in equally well in these two soils. But the soil with high amount of silicon can able to behave differently because it can save native amount of silicon with supplementation of larger amount of silicon present in the biochar. That we should say there is a greater tendency of its role to be played as the silicon supplementation from the biochar as such. So another important work which is also been happening with the sugarcane bagasse being used as the biochar material, lot of agronomical and biogeochemical evaluations are also been happening, and continuous usage can able to give sustained sugarcane yields. With this in view, I just would like to conclude my presentation maybe as, no doubt, these biomass may be converted as useful source of soil amendment or nutrients is one way to manage soil health, which is normally been happening. But no doubt, use of biochar in agriculture system is very viable when it is able to happen with regard to the increased rates of carbon sequestration and reduce farm waste and improve the soil quality. So no doubt it can reduce the greenhouse gas emission, that means to say mitigating the environmental impact. No doubt it can increase the growth and development of the plants and achieving higher yields of the crops. So 3 important mechanisms by which we can really recycle it back are composting, biochar production and mechanization. So earlier, as I said before, recycling crop residues in the soil plant soil ecosystem is mainly to maintain productive agricultural ecosystems. That is very, very important. And the neglected subject was a slight component of silicon recycling. that is plant silicon recycling is one important issue. Whosoever take up the research work on biochar need to consider this particular aspect also, in my opinion. Thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your elaborate importance. And, it is very important in weathering aspects of the irrigated tracts where sugarcane is cultivated for long term. So those pockets, at least we got some evidences that the silica weathering rates are very high and the silica content has reduced. So within the profiles also, we have noticed and we have an observation, not confirmed. So it is very important lecture you have delivered on silica. If any questions, sir, or we can go to afterwards. I will invite another lecturer. No? So now I request Krishnendra Das to come and deliver a lecture on soil resources of Bolangir district, Orissa. Their assessment for formulating agricultural land use plan.
Thank you. At the outset, I thank Dr. Biswas, the sectional president, for inviting me to deliver this lecture in this August gathering. The chairperson, my director, previous director, of course, Dr. Bhaskar, my friend, the rapporteur, Dr. Prakash Rao, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. We are so late, so I'll try to restrict my presentation. So as many speakers, including Dr. Bhaskar and all in the previous presentation, so land use planning, especially at large scale, 1:10,000, is very much needed, and it is a right land use and right technology in site-specific board. You can't say more. Is the need of the hour, and especially in meeting the demand for the food as well as preserving the quality of land. So, as previous speakers also emphasized, the high resolution remote sensing data along with DEM at 10-meter resolution in GIS environment has spun new dimensions in developing such site-specific data for LRI at 1:10,000 scale. So, keeping that view, in this study, I will present a case study of developing the map, the soil resources at district level at 1:10,000 scale using this high resolution satellite data to develop a land resource information system in GIS. So this is the Bolangir area. So it's a area where it's located in southwest Orissa with an area of 6,575 kilometers. The physiography is Mahanadi Basin, and the geology is the Eastern Ghats super rocks, and you can see the agricultural sub-region is 12.1 hot, moist, subhumid with medium available water capacity and LGP of 180 to 200 days, and the rainfall is about 400 millimeter background, and the soil moisture and temperature region are rustic and hyperthermic. So this is, we have in Bolangir, there are 14 blocks, and there are 3 spread over the 3 subdivisions, Bolangir, Patnagar and Titlagar, with Titlagar having the highest area. So the flow chart, as previous speakers also here, we use the IRS P6 list 4 as well as Sentinel and the SRTM DEM, that is open source software we used together to develop the digital terrain analysis, and the surface features, slope, hillside, etc. were delineated. And using these 2 features, we had the land use land cover map in one side and the landform map on the other side. So together using that, this is a new concept which NBSS LUP has developed. We used the previously during the 250,000 map, it was all landform map, but here using the land use, we have identified the delineated the landscape ecological unit map. I'll show it in the later slides. So along with that, the ground truth verification, that map actually served as the base map for the survey, and then selection of transect soil survey at the different scales. We developed the soil map, and based on which the different thematic and interpretive maps were developed. So this is the, of course, we use the open source Sentinel software also along with the list 3 to determine the land use. And based on the Sentinel and the delineation, the land use were identified starting from the forest to the open scrub. The forest areas cover the maximum along about 22.2%, whereas the present fallow and the agricultural lands were 20.6 and 22.5% of the total geographical area. Other than that, the others are shown in the figure. So this is the land use map, and then based on the the different broad physiographic regions were delineated, starting from the hills. Just a minute, where is the pointer here? Excuse me, just show the pointer. Left one is the pointer. Okay. No. Right. So you can see starting from the hills, the pediments, the uplands, the valleys, the plains, and the active alluvial plains. These are broad physiographic regions, and based on the DEM, we have identified from the moderately sloping to the highly then the active plain, the gently sloping. So this is the broad physiographic regions were identified, and this is the approximate area shown. So you can see here, so the physiographic regions in the different blocks, and ultimately, which I showed you, these 63 landscape ecological units were delineated, which served as the base map for my survey. So here we can see these are the different identified in the different areas in the hills. These are the landscape ecological units. Then we have the pediments, then the valleys, the plains, alluvial soils, total this much area, 6,575. So here just to give an example what actually this landscape unit delineated, you can see starting with we had the slope, the landform, along with the land use. So we can now, Janice, from the equation, the land use is very, very important, and it determines the properties of the soil. So here in this 1:10,000 LRI, we are also considering the land use. So here the land use starting under crops, then moist fallow, then crops and trees, under croplands. So it's a very, clearly we have delineated the different landform in a much better way. So you had the dissected uplands, lower pediments, upper pediments, undulating uplands, alluvial plains, and valley fields. This is only an example to show how the landscape units we have developed here. So these some of the soils, and I'll come 3 to 4 soils which we delineated in Bolangi seeds, in the moderate sloping upper pediments, in the Bahawal series, in the PUK LEP, these we have identified the haplosteps, fine loamy haplosteps. You can see this is the landscape, and here these are deep, well-drained, reddish brown to dark reddish brown to yellowish brown sandy loam to sandy clay loam soils. So these type of soils were delineated, were studied in different landscape. Another these soils which covered substantial area is the Dhamanganga series that occurred in the moderately sloping lower pediments here. This is the lower pediment area, and we had these paleostols, alphisols. We can see these are alphisols. These are the moderately deep soils, well drained, with this type of texture, clay loam soils with loamy sand texture. Going further, another soil in the still lower, gently sloping valley field here. This is the valley field soils. Here we have the coarse loamy fluventic haplosteps. Here you can see there's the Tikrapara series. The soils you can see yellowish brown to dark brown soils and grayish brown to lonely sandy loam soils. So these are having slight erosion. These are the almost 1 to 3% slope, the gently sloping valley field. So another in the active alluvial plain, you can see these soils were delineated. Here is the Chandotara series. We had the drainage problem is there. So we had the endoacreps here. The colors also you can very well appreciate. These are the 2.5Y colors, the reduced colors you can see. And we have the endocaps. The poorly drainage is a very important problem in these soils. The dark gray to grayish brown colors were identified. So based on these, ultimately we delineated the soil map of this Bolangi district here, where they're covering 6,000, 2,500. So here we have 24 units were identified in this block. And here also, I'll just brief description of 5 series to appreciate. We had in this description, we can share the depth, the drainage, the color, the slope, the landform, the erosion, everything was taken up. 5 soils, we have shown the Latag and Sakoma. These are the vertisols also. They are very deep. In this block, we have the substantial amount comes under vertisols, haplosteps, along with the haplosteps, fluent haplosteps. So this way, the description is a very exhaustive description we could delineate through the detailed soil survey using the LU methodology. So you can see Antisols, I'll go fast because time is short. Antisols, insectisols, so these are the, we starting from the order, suborder, we went up to the series level, and these salts were delineated in the different landscapes. So some of the inventory maps we can see. So these the drainage classes, these are the colors we can see very well. I won't describe it. So we had the drainage, the subsoil, surface texture soils, we had so many textures and their approximate areas. Interpretive maps, we had the soil depth maps, then the erosion maps, and this way, so the soil reaction and the organic carbon, we can so very well appreciate the organic carbon classes. So we can see so much the organic carbon problem, almost 52% of the area are deficient in organic carbon. The acidity also is one of the important problems in that area which is delineated. So we did the LCC as the irrigability classes were also delineated in these areas. We did the soil site suitability studies based on the soil properties for the cereal crops, paddy, maize, and these are the approximate areas. We did it also for the oilseeds crops of mustard and groundnut. Similarly, the maps along with their, which are the areas which are suitable, the not suitable, as well as the moderately suitable to slightly suitable areas were shown. So different crops, we had that pulses also we did for here shown for pigeon pea, chickpea, as well as the, we can see the green gram pulses, as well as the cash crops, cotton also, the suitability studies were done. So based on the sesame also then, so what I want to show it in this way, we did it ultimately. Of course, the land management units were identified, which I did not show here. So based on these land management units, we can have a very successful land use plan. So whatever findings we can want to show, this is my last slide. So 24 soil series we could identify under these 5, these alphisols covered the maximum area, followed by the endocapes. And this area, UUN4 with uplands, it covered the maximum area. Among all the 24 series, this Kapilavad series under having the fine palustral soils covered the maximum area 16%, and we have an overall area almost 49% has the sandy loam texture covered moderate with slight to moderate soil acidity problems, and as much area showed previously had low organic carbon. So suitability studies on this way. So at a glance you can appreciate how much this study can help us in formulating a broad land use plan and do all the development activities based on this land resource inventory at 1:10,000 scale. So thank you.
Thank you very much. In brief, you have explained everything in about this Bongir district. It is very interesting. And if anybody asks any questions, because it is a part of our institute activity, and then the guidelines are very well standardized.
So
and then
yesterday the standard operating protocol, Dr. Vireddy, so
yeah.
now the digital soil mapping, which was now they have taken it still further step. So now we under
there is a lot of demand for this kind of data sets.
In 2 years now, the plan is using the standard operating protocol and using the legacy data. That data we have developed using latest techniques. So now this process, which I took almost for 2.5 years, now this process within 6 to 8 months using high resolution satellite and all them. So my other speakers, Dr. Nagaraju also, he showed yesterday the standard protocol in the first half, I think. So thank you all.
Yeah, thanks to you.
Last one. Yes, last one.
Yes. Sir, our Dr. S.S. Rathod, our next speaker, he will deliver on technology innovation for sustainable natural resource management, food and nutrition security.
Respected Chair, President, Deputy, Delegate and Speakers, we are already very late, so I will not take much time. I will try to finish it within 5 minutes. So, topic has been given like the technology innovations, how they impacted the food and security by using the natural resources. The impact of technology, we all know, is very clear, loud and clear. ICR has also documented the impact of the technologies. We become the food, from the food scarce, now the food surplus country. Also, we are doing the export of the more than $50 billion of the agricultural commodity this year. So this all happened because of the technological intervention, technological innovations. If you see in terms of the number of the times the production has increased, it is manifold. If you see in the food grains, vegetable, milk, egg, everywhere, but the area increase was not that much. And the impact of the technology intervention made by the one institution that is IRI, it was recognized by the government of India by releasing the stamp and depicting the this picture of the IRI. So, but what happens? We have achieved the food surplus status in our country, but we have over-exploited the natural resource base. That's why so many problems they are coming up. The sustainability is at the stake. So many problems we are facing. If we will continue with the same system of the production, then certainly, like Dr. Patra also highlighted, that we have 60 years to go to harvest from the soils, because soils they are losing their resilience. We have 139 million hectares of the area as arable lands, and all the arable land of our country they are facing different type of the problems. So there is high time to think for the what we can do, what are the interventions we can make. So in this regard, the best management practices means the practices which help in achieving the sustainable agriculture, sustainable farming by using our resources judiciously. They are very, very important. So like this is the high time to go for the integrated farming system. This has been recognized one of the very good systems which can restore the ecosystem services, also bring the resilience in the production system. This is also one of the very climate smart system.
Sir, please make silence.
Soil health management, this is also very important. Agroforestry systems, they have been recognized and been recommended. The combination of perennial and annual crops, they are also very good to cope up with the increasing climatic uncertainties. Then conservation agriculture, now more and more area it is coming under the CA, and it is also one of the very good system by which we can restore the ecological balance of our natural resource bases. So soil and water, they are the basis of the farming. So we need to conserve the resources, and we need to use all the resources very efficiently. In this regard, this integrated watershed development, NBSS, LP, they are doing the very good work on the watershed development. So we need to develop the system. We should develop the local specific soil and water conservation practices, water harvesting, crop management, and also the crop diversification, including the alternate land use system. Water is one of the becoming the scarce commodity in our country. Though we are only using the less than 30% of the whatever amount of water we are receiving every year in our country. So high time, this is the very compelling need of the time to go for the efficient management of the water harvesting. And climate smart is something which is has been recognized by everyone. COP27 also it was discussed how we can achieve all these targets. So means any practice which can help in bringing the sustainability, which can build the resilience, also having the mitigation impact, they have been classified as the climate smart practices. So in this regard, the climate means they are only the improved economic practices by which we can achieve the climate smart nature or characteristic in the farming. Crop diversification is something which is very, very important, but in large part of our country, we are means the diversification, if we see the indices, it is declining. State like Uttar Pradesh, which is contributing maximally in food grain production, if you see the diversification over the period of the times, it is declining. So this is not a good sign for the sustainability. And some of the experiments we have done on the integrated production systems by taking the different crop diversification systems, including the oilseed and pulses, we find that integrated production systems, including these pulses and legumes, they have a better resilience, higher productivity, and also the better economics. So, and again, the many of the climatic parameters also we have seen they were very good under this integrated production system. So, in we have the local diversification plan. It is also helping in restoring the many of the ecosystem services, especially provisioning, regulating, supporting services, and there will be the better resilience in the production system. The biotech and abiotic extent will be minimal, so we can also achieve the sustainable production. Then again, residue also, Dr. Prakash also discussed so many things, good thing about the residues. So the legumes and many of the oilseed crops, they are leaving a good amount of the residue, or they are a good source of the nutrients. If we are using them judiciously, then certainly we can build up the soil fertility and also have the minimize the requirement of the nutrients. Again, agroforestry system, we have tested some systems, and we find that some of the systems like the Phalsa and this Moringa-based system, they were very good in sequestering the carbon and also the increasing the system productivity. integrated farming system. We are combining so many things based on the local specificity. So water is something which is very, very important, but we are wasting the water, so they high time to practice and to develop the
Sir, please.
systems which are having the local specific irrigation scheduling approaches. So if we can do the proper irrigation scheduling, we can save huge quantity of the water and we can bring more area under the irrigation. Some of the BMPs, best management practices for the drought management, many of the part of the country, we are facing the drought-like the situation. So their practice has been developed by the CREDA under the NICRA. If we practice them, we can achieve the resilience in the production system. Precision farming, again, this is a set of the technology by which we can use the resources efficiently, which is the need of the time. So if we can use all these tools, we can, again, the huge wastage are there of the nutrients, water, most of the inputs. So we can use the resources very efficiently by doing the precision farming. So what is required? We need convergence, integration, and synergy among the many things which are available, which are the best practices, which are helping in efficient utilization of the resources. If we can do this thing, we can converge, we can combine all these best practices, we can achieve the sustainable level of production. So that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.